And I'm live. That is pretty cool. Today is 16th of April 2026, Thursday, and this is going to be an actually crazy stream. We will set up Gentoo in a VM, and the VM will be built using Qemu. Qemu. Help. Shit. Qemu. Okay, we first have to install Qemu. There are going to be a lot of abstraction layers in this. First of all, to give out, it would be, I think, nice to have a big picture of what is going to happen or should happen, like as a strategy, what we are trying to do here. This is actually crazy. Yeah. So host OS, the the laptop from which I am doing this stream, that will have a program called Qemu, and this is just like a normal program. This program simulates, like pretends or builds up a virtual operating system inside. It builds up a hard disk, and hard disk which is called an image in QEMU terms, and the format of this is dot, I think, to cow to f something like this, cow dot cow or something. And this builds up an image, and we will boot into this. We will like run this thing, and to run this we first of all need an operating system which we are going to run, and that is going to be Gentoo. And what is Gentoo? Gentoo is just a Linux based operating system which is very minimal. It only has a, I think, package manager and a terminal apart from the Linux kernel. Just two things. So that is crazy. Just two things. So we will download the, you could say, ISO file for Gentoo, which I have already downloaded. Yep, minimal. If you go to the gentoo.org website and it downloads, this is the ISO. My processor is ARM64 processor, so I'll be downloading this, and I did download this. I already have it here. Shit, ls ISOs. This one, install ARM minimal Gentoo ISO. I have downloaded this. So we have this, and what we need to do first of all, before anything else, is take this ISO and put it inside this virtual hard drive. Just that, and we will like see what to do after that. Hard drive, virtual hard drive. We will put this inside this virtual hard drive, and shit, cool. We will put this ISO inside this virtual hard drive, and then after we have a virtual machine running in using QEMU, after that we need to install a few things, and they would be a desktop environment or display server, and that would be Sway, and we will have to see what Sway is, and it is based on something called VLAN protocol. So we will download that, and when we have a display server, that is in Linux, when we have something apart from the command line to interact with the computer, then we will download a browser, or browser in which we would go to Codeforces, and where we would submit. Okay, so before getting to this part, downloading the display server, we need the virtual machine to work, for which here we go to this place, and I have already downloaded this. This is just 800 MBs, so you can like think this is very like small. I cannot see the time. Cool. Which desktop environment would you prefer for contest or programming in general? I have seen Some top coders use GNOME. Never seen anyone use Hyperland except when posing or larping. I guess desktop environment doesn't really matter for contest and programming. It like depends on you. If you want customizability, Hyperland would be cool. And hello, and also I don't know much about this because I am on a Mac. I don't know much about this. I am choosing here Sway because uh, when I was playing around with NixOS, I got Sway installed, and there was support for Sway in ARM64. So that is why I'm going forward with Sway. If I were to use something else like maybe I could use GNOME or KDE also. They also have ARM support, but Hyperland does not have ARM support. For Hyperland, I would have to build it from scratch, or at least if there is, I don't know about that. So yep, this is the thing. Here, Gentoo handbook, we'll be using this. ARM64. Shit, no. This is AMD. We need ARM handbook, and ARM handbook does not have anything. ARM64 handbook. ARM64 is a 64-bit variant of the ARM embedded server and systems embedded and server system. The primary substructure referred to as ARch64, also known as ARMv8A, is produced by a few manufacturers. ARM64 chips are in a variety of SoCs, which is system on chip, including developer board, smartphones, tablets, smart TV, this. Okay, there is no ARM64 handbook available at this time. Shit. Okay, please see ARM64 project page and the community maintained embedded handbook for more information. Okay, there is no ARM64 handbook. Okay, we are like already lost. To do project ARM64. Project works on getting the Arch 64 architecture in 64-bit mode into a stable state. Stable profiles, keywords, maintain language support, key factors, same keywording. ARM64 is 64-bit. I think we can just read the EMD64 handbook and improvise. That would be cool. But before even getting to boot the virtual machine and install it on the virtual hard drive, we need to download Qemu. We do not have Qemu. So, and yeah, we do not have Qemu, which you have to install using nix flakes.nix here and nix search Qemu. Which nix aliased to this thing, which is wrong. Okay, shit. Okay, shit, there is a different aliases thing. Yep, here experimental features, this, and extra experimental features, this. Cool. And I guess we don't even have to give these. Source aliases. Okay, and which nix? That seems cool enough. Next, search Qemu. We are looking for Qemu and Qemu. Okay, where to search? Next, search Nix OS or Nix PTGS, search in this library, could say, for QEMU, and QEMU does exist. So hopefully if we here just do QEMU, yep, QEMU, that should work. And now sudo nix or Darwin rebuild switch flakes walrus. Shit, we have to give the correct path for where the flake is. Darwin rebuild switch flake is inside dot/config nix, yeah, .config nix, and the name or nix dot, and the name of the user is walrus, and then password. That should install nix, that should install QEMU. It is, hopefully. Like you could use a minimal i3 setup to actually get the work done, because with Hyperland, instead of working, you just rise it until it breaks. That is what I'm trying to say. I think people use Gnu. Okay, for it is lesser customization options, so it is less distracting maybe. Yep, I mean, I think that is similar to the argument which could be made for macOS and Linux. Mac does not give you much customizability. It already has good enough stuff for work for majority of the people. And this is downloading QEMU. Okay, and when this is installed, cd VM, I have some scripts from before. Yep, here. Machine, virtual machine, accelerator, HVF, hypervisor framework, so that we get near native performance on the virtual machine. RAM, 4 GB of RAM, cool. And CPU max, like give full support for CPU. I think that is what it means. 4 means give 4 cores, 4 CPU cores to this thing. And then boot order D, use this drive for booting. I guess we should use, is this the correct path? /install, cool. And then drive, this is going to be the hard drive which we will create in QCow2 format. Cool. And it seems we do have QEMU installed. QEMU installed. We don't have QEMU installed. We do have QEMU installed. System R64. Yep, we do have it. Cool. Pretty cool. Okay, now we need to create this drive which would be needed. So programming cd VM ls, there is this drive which I created. We'll just remove that, and QEMU image, img image, create, and let's see, help. Okay, that is taking quite long. Cool. Image format, okay, and file name and then size. Okay, QEMU img, create an image. Format would be QCow2 format. The name would be gentoo.img, and size would be, size is in the format G, so 20 GB. Let's see. And we do have Gentoo image. Okay, we have this, we have this. Cool. And these two things here are needed because somehow QEMU does not have the boot software which is needed, which is supposed to be in the ROM of an actual machine. and in this virtual machine QEMU does not have it natively, so I had to download this beforehand. Here EFI, QEMU, EFI, and EFI variables, that must mean something. Then no graphics, so that we are able to access it through our terminal that we have right here. Yo, hello, fake Sammy. It's Sammy from Sinners. Okay, cool. We have everything ready. I guess we can just run this script, and this should hopefully work. Run Gentoo. Okay. Mm-hmm. Shit. Shit. Okay, okay, okay. What is happening is this is similar to you switching on your computer after you have inserted a bootable drive. Okay, I guess we can now focus more on Gentoo memory type information. I hope this is not error. There is no ARM64 handbook. I guess we'll be using this AMD64 handbook and improvise. AMD64 is AMD64 64-bit architecture compatible with x86, and it is divided into these parts. Installation. Yeah, let's get into installation. Okay, and I guess this just takes time to start up. This is taking 100% of a single core. Okay, okay. Enter cache page outbound occurred. Control C. IO cache page outbound occurred. This is going to be a long stream. This is actually going to be a long stream. Unable to boot VM. Yep, that is the thing. Cache page outbound occurred is a technical log message indicating that the data has been transferred from a high-speed temporary storage location cache to an external destination system. It can indicate that the data was written from cache to physical storage. The problem is with the unable to boot VM. I successfully installed everything according to README. The only changes I had to make were disable. Okay, let's also read this. Installing about. Oh yes, I think we should know about Gentoo Linux. Welcome to Gentoo. Gentoo is a free operating system based on Linux that can be automatically optimized and customized for just about any application or need. It is built on an ecosystem of free software and does not hide what is running beneath the hood from its users' openness. Gentoo's premier tools are built from simple programming languages. Portage is Gentoo's package maintenance system. Is written in Python. Okay, Python. eBuilds, which provides package definitions for Portage, are written in Bash. Okay, Portage is their package manager, and eBuilds is something which defines what the package looks like. Our users are encouraged to review, modify, and enhance the source code for all parts of Gentoo. Okay, I guess if we do, not that if we will do this, but hello, pancreas. Shit, I want to eat your pancreas. I guess when we do this, we maybe possibly might be able to make commits or pull requests to the actual Gentoo code base. Cool. As development philosophy, Gentoo's authors try to avoid forcing users onto, escape. Yep. By default, packages are only patched when necessary to fix bugs or provide interoperability operability within Gentoo, they are installed to the system by compiling source code provided by upstream projects into binary format. Although support for pre-compiled binary package is also included. They are installed to the system by compiling source code provided by upstream projects. Shit. Does this mean that we have to copy the source code and then compile it, like build on our own? That won't be a problem. Okay. For the above reasons and others, openness is built in. Okay, choice or power. Okay. Steps prefixed with suggested. Some steps are not strictly required but help in most cases. Operational steps, installation options. Okay, choosing the media. Cool, we are on our VM. Installation media, CD, we don't need CD hardware requirements. Gentoo can be installed on all manners of systems, so listing minimal hardware specification is more down to how long a user is willing to wait. Okay, any reasonable modern machine can complete the installation process in less than an hour. However, it is not a race, so take your time and remember it takes as long as it takes. That is a true statement. For a smooth installation process, though, the handbook recommends at least 40 GB of space for the partition, for the root partition. And we have made 20 GB of space. I guess. Oh shit. Okay, that did something. Boot manager. We are in the virtual machine boot stuff. Why is it saying Debian? And is not doing anything. Next, boot manager. Okay, I guess these are different choices that we are getting to start or boot our system. Yo. Shit. And this is not doing anything. Okay, I guess we are stuck and we will have to restart this. Okay, and let's just like delete this Gentoo image and make a new one which has more size. Qemu image, create and format cow2 for Qemu cow2, and name would be gentoo.img and size, let's say 45 GB. Okay, cool. We do have the image. Installation media, while it is recommended 40 GB of space is needed, while it is recommended to use the official Gentoo boot media when installing. It is possible to use other installation environments. However, there is no guarantee they will contain required components. If an alternative environment is used, skip to preparing the disks. Gentoo installation media. Okay, we do have the official boot media in ISOs. I think that is what they mean, the ISO. Minimal installation, Gentoo live GUI. Some users may find it easier to install Gentoo using a live GUI, which provides a KDE desktop. In addition, the live GUI also allows for easier Wi-Fi setup. What are stage files? A stage file is an archive which serves as the seed for a Gentoo environment. Stage 3 files can be downloaded from this place. Stage file is an archive which serves as seed for Gentoo environment. Tarwall is an archive that contains all files to run a Gentoo minimal environment. Typical. Okay. Stage file like this, the thing that we have downloaded. Nice. Install R minimal. This thing is very basic and does not have everything, because yep, this does not come with everything. So this would download more files which are needed to actually run the operating system, and they will be downloaded from this place we called stage file. Okay, and there are multiple mirrors. Yes, and there should also be mirrors for ARM in Asia. These are China. They have a mirror in China, Hong Kong, India, Japan. Cool. HTTPS, and there is no like format, uh, no information about the hardware. Okay. Cool. Okay, downloading, obtain the media. Or shit, maybe this was just, they were just talking about the ISO. Okay, obtaining the media. The default installation media used by Gentoo are the minimal installation CDs. Yep. Minimal installation CDs, which provide a very small bootable Gentoo live environment. The environment contains the necessary tools to install Gentoo. The images themselves can be downloaded from this page, which is recommended, or manually by browsing to the ISO location. Okay, we do have the like installation media, so that is cool. If downloading from a mirror, cool. Inside the location, the installation. Okay, shit, this is like inside the ISO. All of this is inside the ISO. Yep, it is minimal. Okay, what do we do after this? Obtaining the media. Step, writing boot media. Okay. Of course, with just an ISO file downloaded, the Gentoo Linux cannot be started. Okay, the ISO file must be written to a bootable media. This generally requires that the image is extracted to a file system or written directly to a device. Okay, we have to extract. What is the format? .iso. So this should work. Warning: using tools such as WinToy to write to a USB can cause boot failures. I don't think we need this, because we are not using an external USB for booting. We are using a VM. Most modern systems support booting from a USB device. I mean, what else would be their choice if not a USB device for booting? Writing with Linux. DD is typically available on most. Okay, shit. And this is about writing the boot media onto like USB, and we don't have to just use Ventoy. Ventoy is one tool, and there is Balinature for writing or creating a USB, bootable USB. Okay. Burning a disk. We can like actually create a CD and burn. Cool. Booting now. Yep. Booting the installation media. Once the installation media is ready, it is time to boot it. Insert the media in the system. Okay. Reboot and enter the motherboard's firmware user interface. Okay, this is usually performed by pressing like this, some of these keys. During the power on self-test post process, the trigger key varies depending on the system and motherboard. If it is not obvious, use an internet search engine and do some research using the motherboard's model name. And we don't have a motherboard, we have a virtual machine. Results should be easy to determine. Once inside the motherboard's firmware menu, change the boot order so that the external bootable media disk are tried before the internal disk devices. Without this change, the system will most likely reboot to the internal disk device, ignoring the newly attached media. Okay, when installing, like, that makes sense, we have to change the boot order so that we boot from the pen drive, but we did change the boot order. Here, boot order D, like I guess that means use this. CD-ROM. Shit, do we have to say file equal to this thing? Okay, if we try to run this now, could not open file equal to this. No such file or directory. Image to QEMU. Drive format full raw. CD-ROM boot D. CD-ROM. Read only, because this is variables, we can write this. Okay, okay. Hopefully we boot correctly. Let's read on. Installation media when installing Gentoo on a system, UEFI frame firmware interface, ensure the live image has been booted in UEFI mode. In the accidental event that DOS legacy BIOS boot was initiated, then it will be necessary to reboot in UEFI mode before finalizing the Gentoo installation. Okay, kernel choices. We have multiple kernel choices. Gentoo default kernel with support for K8 CPUs, including NUMA support for this CPUs. Okay, they are talking about some AMD CPUs, hardware options. They will come later on. Exit and cool. Boot, maintain, device manager. Boot manager. We do not see Gentoo here. Okay. Boot manager menu, and we do not see Gentoo. Pressing enter on this does not do anything. Here also nothing. EFI internal shell. Miscellaneous device 2. Shit. Okay. We are in Gentoo. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Shit. So this does not come with the name Gentoo. It says miscellaneous device 3. It was saying miscellaneous device 3. We are inside Gentoo. Okay. Configuring is the network. Okay, which option are we at? Okay, they have like actually booted this. Live, CD, cached. There are multiple options. Let's choose this kernel. We should run Gentoo. Load keymap, enter for default. Okay, we are inside Gentoo, it seems. Gentoo is starting. Cool. Shit. Okay. ls cd ls. Okay. Okay. We are inside Gentoo. We are inside Gentoo. At least we have something. Can you describe what you are doing here in layman terms? Okay. I have inside my main machine. Main is host OS, like Mac OS machine. I am using a program inside this host machine called Qemu, which I am using to run a Linux, you could say, distribution called Gentoo. Linux has multiple things. You might have heard Arch Linux and other Arch, Mint OS or stuff like this, Ubuntu Debian. Gentoo is similar, but Gentoo is like, Gentoo does not come with a lot of things installed. You have to install them manually on your own. So we have the main OS in which I am running Gentoo Linux using Qemu. Qemu makes Gentoo believe that Gentoo is running on a actual machine with physical hardware, but it is just Qemu lying to Gentoo to make it feel like it has everything to itself. But no, we are Gentoo is running inside a program, and this thing is that Gentoo. Now we are able to access Gentoo. Right now it is running, and it is running from the ISO file directly. It is not, we have not installed the Gentoo in the virtual hard drive. In your normal machine, you have a physical hard drive. Here, Qemu is also lying about the hard drive, and now we have to install this Gentoo operating system on the hard drive so that we do not have to use ISO every time to boot up, and also so that if we make some change, they stay in the hard drive. So now we have to install Gentoo on the hard drive, and then when we have Gentoo working on the hard drive, we would like something more than just this interface, CLI interface. Then after getting Gentoo working, we would install some display server so that we can see apps like this. We can see something to work with, and then install a browser with that and go to Codeforces, submit a problem. That is the goal today. Why Gentoo? Gentoo seems like low level, and I don't know much about Gentoo, so cool. And these softwares for Mac which allow for virtual machine setup. Yes, there are softwares like there is UTMU, I think. UTM for Mac. Yep, there is UTM, virtual machine, but uh, like they are easier to work with. This is more difficult, so like let's do the more difficult thing. Okay, we have this. Now sudo I to go into the root user. Okay, option user accounts, password. Yeah, now boot the media, select a kernel. We did choose the default one. Does If the default does not suffice, and boot options as an example, we use the Gentoo kernel with dopmcia as a kernel parameter. The next user will be greeted with a boot screen and progress bar if the installation is done. Okay, when we are inside the live one, sudo has been configured to run without the need of a password on the live Gentoo. Okay, so we do this to get root access on our Gentoo. Sudo I. Shit. Okay, we like already are root, so I guess we don't have to do this. We already are root. Password to create, okay, password to create a password, that would be password updated successfully. We have a password for this, I guess. Password Larry. Shade password and the name of the user. The password for Walrus would be user Walrus does not exist. So first we have to create a user. How do we create a user? Add user, sudo add user. add user add. No such file or directory. Creating mailbox. User add is a thing. Help. User add. Login. No such file or directory. I guess we can just work with the root user then. Mod probe. Okay, mod probe is a thing. What is mod probe? Hardware configuration. When the installation, but also we were not getting access to sudo I, so I don't know. When the installation medium boots, it tries to detect all the hardware devices and loads the appropriate kernel modules to support the hardware. In the vast majority of cases, it does a very good job. However, in some cases, it may not auto-load the kernel modules needed by the system. I guess we are not getting sudo. For that reason, it is not loading kernel modules. If the PCI auto detection missed some of the system's hardware, the appropriate kernel modules have to be loaded manually. In the next example, this two module which supports certain kinds of network interface is loaded. Mod probe. Okay, mod probe sudo not found, and this is inside lib ls lib modules 6 point. These are some modules. Yes. Okay, let's move on. Optional user account, we won't do the optional thing. Viewing document while installing. Okay, we can, there is a links command. Share, welcome to links. It is doing something. Like I meant, there's a lot of things that make no sense unless you are learning. Best of luck, mate. Yep, this is just for learning, not for actually changing how I do Codeforces, just for learning. But one more thing, isn't Arch more tougher than Gentoo? I don't know. I mean, a friend of mine was telling Gentoo is more difficult than Arch. He uses Arch. There should be a shit counter. It would be funny. Maybe. Yes, when I do have my own operating system. When I do have my own Intel machine with NixOS. Okay, configure the network. Let's just keep moving. Automatic network configuration, maybe it just works if the system, wait, we can see. Okay, we do have internet connection. Gentoo, cool. Qemu is good. If the system is connected to the Ethernet via this port, it is very likely that the system's network was configured automatically. If additional advanced configuration is not needed, network connectivity can be tested by running ping. Yep, that is what we did. Testing the network. Cool. It is working. Obtaining interface info. IP link to test. We can use this. IP link Ethernet. Yep. Qemu is simulating an Ethernet connection. Cool. Wireless setup. Nope. We don't need any of this. We do have internet working. I guess we can just skip. Preparing the disk. Now is the step of putting the system in the virtual hard drive. And this is long. Cool. Block devices. Let's take a good look at disk oriented aspects of Gentoo Linux and Linux in general, including block devices, partitions, and Linux file systems. Once the ins and outs of disk are understood, partitions and file systems can be established for installation. To begin, let's look at block devices. SC, SI, and serial ATA device drives are both labeled under device handles such as this. Devices are inside this label. One more modern machine. The following tables will help readers determine where to find a certain type of file. VDA or SDX. ls/dev devices. VDA, SDA. Should we don't have anything? VDA or SDA. Vim. Shit. Vim is not there. Nano. Okay, Nano. We do have Nano. Cool. We do have Nano. And Vim like wouldn't be there. Shit. Vim is not there. Cool. Partition tables. Although it is theoretically possible to use a raw unpartitioned disk to house a Linux system while creating a RAID, for example. RAID was RAID is something. This is almost never done in practice. Instead, disk block devices are split up into smaller, more manageable block devices on AMD system. These are called partitions. There are currently two standard partitioning technologies in use: MBR, sometimes also called DOS, and GPT. Okay, so partition. This is about partitioning a hard drive. So in a hard drive, if we imagine the hard drive has like a list of places, list of like zeros and ones at the start, or you could say at the head. There is a little section which contains details about the partitioning. That is, it has information about how many partitions there are, where do they start, what are their sizes, and what kind of files are in there. So yep, and this information that we put at the start can be written in two format: MBR and GPT. MBR and GPT, two formats. Good. So which one to use? GPT, GUID partition table, full form of GPT. The GUID partition table GPT setup, also called GPT disk level, uses 64-bit identifiers for partition. The location at which it stores the partition information is much bigger than 512 bytes. Okay, MBR uses 512 bytes, which means there is practically no limit on the number of partitions for a GPT disk. Okay, MBR strictly uses 512 bytes at the head to describe the information, but GPT does not have a size limit, so it can have any number of partitions. Cool. Also, the maximum partition size is much larger than 8 ZIB. Yes, zebibytes. When a system software interface between the operating system and firmware is UEFI instead of BIOS, GPT is almost mandatory, and we are using UEFI, so we will go with GPT. As compatibility issues will arise with DOS disk label. Okay, GPT also takes advantage of checksumming and redundancy it carries. Okay, we know, like, from an abstracted point of view, we will be using GPT partition. And then how to actually do this? Advanced storage. The official Gentoo boot media advises support for many advanced file systems setups which offer more flexible changes. These are file systems, although usage is not covered in the handbook. Below is a list of other guides to get the system running. Okay, We can also have encryption on the file systems. Okay, default partitioning scheme. Okay, default is this. Throughout the remainder of the handbook, we will discuss and explain two cases: UEFI firmware with GPT, which is what we need, so we can skip the other one. And this is their default thing. They create a partition of size 1 GB, which is named partition number 1, and it will have the BIOS and operating system stuff, legacy, BIOS, boot, the boot stuff. And then the second partition will be swap partition. That is, if your RAM is not enough, then the operating system will use this partition as a replacement for some RAM. And then STA3 with Linux file system, I think. And that would be the remainder of the disk where you store your main stuff. Cool. Designing a partition scheme. How many partitions and how big? I guess this is cool. One of 1 GB, two of 2 GBs, and a remainder. Cool. What about soft space? We don't need to see. Okay. But we don't have SDA or anything. There is a command lsblk. Cool. We have VDA. Okay, shit. Cool. We have VDA instead of SDA. Hyperland. No. When installing Gentoo on a system that uses UEFI to boot the operating system instead of BIOS, it is essential that an EFI system partition ESP is created. The instructions below contain the necessary pointers to correctly handle this operation. The EFI system partition is not required when booting in BIOS legacy module. EFI system partition is not required. The ESP must be a FAT variant. What is ESP? What is the EFI system part? Okay. EFI system. When installing Gentoo on a system that uses UEFI to boot the operating system instead of BIOS, it is essential that an EFI system partition called ESP is created. The instructions below contain the necessary pointers to correctly handle this operation. The EFI system partition is not required when booting in BIOS or legacy mode. We need this EFI system partition because we are using UEFI. The ESP must be a FAT variant, sometimes known as VFAT on Linux systems. The official UEFI specification denotes FAT 12. This is just like the format for storing stuff. Will be recognized by UEFI firmware, although FAT 32 is recommended for partition. Okay, we will use FAT 32. MKFS, make file system format FAT F, like version of that format is 32. Which one? This one. Okay. But we have not. Yep, we will do this after we have done the partition. Yep, partitioning the disk with, yep, this is what we need to do first, and then we will do this. The following parts explain how to create an example partition layout for a single GPT. Fdisk. This Fdisk is a popular and powerful tool to split a disk into partitions. Fire up Fdisk against the disk in the example disk/dev/vda. Disk dev vda. Okay, we are inside Fdisk. Changes will remain in memory only until you decide to write them. Okay, this disk is currently in use. Repartitioning is probably a bad idea. It is recommended to unmount all file systems and swap off the device contains ISO. This signature, it will be removed by writing. Okay, M for help. Let's try to do this without reading this. M for help. enter protective, delete a partition, list all known partitions. List, that is a lot of partitions. I guess we are seeing something else. M, create a label, save P. Okay. Sectors, start and end. Sectors, size 2 MB, 2 MB. Microsoft Basic. Okay, this is about the boot. VD. LS, VLK. For okay, VDB. F disk. We need to go into VDB. VDF disk dev VDB. Okay. M help list partitions. Aliases help print the partition table with P. Print the partition table. Okay, add new partition. Let's add a new partition. Type primary, partition number 1. Sector, first sector starts from the first, last sector plus 1 GB size. Okay, one partition created. P, partition table. Okay, we do have one partition. Cool. Let's create another partition. N, partition type. Why do we just have two partition types? Pressing the G will instantly remove all existing partition disks and create a new GPT disk. Okay, shit. Let's do G first. G. Okay, P, and everything is gone. Disk type is GPT. Then D. Wait, what? D. What is D for? D means delete. Why are we deleting a partition? Okay, either we could use the G command or manually delete everything one by one. Okay, P, and then P. We see that nothing is there, creating the EFI system. N, and then we see the 1 partition number 1, first sector, enter last sector plus 1G, that would be the size. Cool. Plus 1G. Cool. Command, mark the partition as an EFI system. Okay, that means T, change the partition type. Okay, T, partition type for one selected partition is one partition type, or change the partition of next system to EFI. Okay. Shit, if we do T again, type L, these are all the partition types. Okay, cool, makes sense. And we want EFI system. Cool. So 1 partition type 1. Cool. Then we create one more partition number 2, start from here, plus 2G, the size. Cool. And we want to change the type of this, and Linux swap is partition number 19, type number 19 for number 2, 19, cool, and n partition number 3, start from there, and the end block would be the whole thing. Cool. And the P for printing the partition table, and the type of this thing is Linux file system. I guess cool. That is all the like stuff that we needed here. Cool. So partition, creating the root partition, everything is done. Yep, we changed the type P, printing table, saving the partition with W. That is like Vim. That is what Vim uses. Okay, M for help and W. Cool. And if we do lsblk, we do see this thing has multiple partitions. Now we would need to mount them. For mbr, no, we don't need that. We used gpt, saving the partition, creating the file system. Okay, introduction. We are like actually doing pretty cool. It has been just 1 hour and we have like I guess achieved quite a lot. We have partitioned the image, the virtual hard drive, which is cool. Now, introduction. Now that the partitions have been created, it is time to place a file system on them. In the next section, the various file systems that Linux supports are described. Readers that already know which file system to use can continue with applying file system to a partition. Okay, we already know we are using it. What are we using? Let's use exfat. I think exfat is cool. This exf80 exfat is a reliable all-purpose, all-platform partition system, although it lacks modern features like ref links. Or let's use xfs. Then xfs. Okay, what to do? Note: please make sure to emerge the relevant user space utilities package for choosing file system before rebooting. There will be a reminder to do so. To create a file system on a partition or volume, there are user space utilities available for each possible file system. Click the file system's name in the table below for additional information. mkfs. We use this. For instance, mk this c. If you want to give some custom option, for instance, to have this thing as it is in the example part, the following command would be used. Okay, why do we have to give this option thing, extra option thing? For EFI, we do this. Why this option? Let's do this without this option. mkfs dot xfs and yep, slash vdb3. That worked. I guess that worked. Done. Discarding blocks. Done. Okay, I guess that worked. Cool. And this vfat f32 mkfs dot vfat yes vfat f32 for dev vdb1 lsblk. We don't see the partition type here, but I suppose it worked. And about the swap partition, mk swap or dev slash vdb2. Cool. mounting. Okay, then we have to mount mkdir parents p mount Gentoo, and then mount with the mount command and go inside that mount and create the EFI folder. Okay, and then installing the stage file would be the next part. Okay, slash empty Gentoo and mount slash which partition are we mounting? The third one. Makes sense. Slash dev slash vdb3 onto mount slash Gentoo make dev mount Gentoo EFI, I think. Yep. And then if slash temp needs to decide, cool. Now later is the instruction, the proc file system, a virtual interface with the kernel as well. Cool. Now we have to install the thing. Yeah. Installing the Gentoo installation files. Okay. Choosing a stage file. The stage file acts as the seed of a Gentoo installation tip. Stage files are generated by a release engineering team with Catalyst. Stage files are based on specific profiles and OpenRC system MD. Okay, what are these different types? When choosing a stage file, it is important to pick one with profile targets corresponding to the desired system type. Important, while it is possible to make major profile changes after an installation has been established, switching requires substantial effort and consideration and is outside the scope of this installation manual. Switching init system is difficult, but switching from no multi-lib to multi-lib requires extensive Gentoo and low-level tool knowledge step. Should not need to use advanced tarball options. They are for atypical or advanced software or hardware configurations. OpenRC is okay. These are different kinds of stage files. The stage file acts as the seed of Gentoo installation. Stage files are generated by this based on profiles. And what do they mean by profiles? Portage profile. Portage is the package manager. Profiles are core portage features that allow the highly flexible Gentoo meta distribution to be primed for use on target systems. Profiles provide, okay, I guess profile is like stable profile, in development profile. Okay, let's go with stable profile. That makes sense. Available, wait, are these profile or only use other profiles if is there stable profile not here? CD into it, date, stage file URL. Okay. Links, shit, they have the links browser. OpenRC is a dependency-based init system responsible for starting up system device once the kernel has booted that maintains compatibility with the system provided init program normally located in this. It is Gentoo's native and original init system, but is also developed by a few other Linux distributions and BSD systems. OpenRC does not function as a replacement for this file by default and is 100% compatible with Gentoo init scripts. This means a solution can be found to run dozens of daemons in the Gentoo e-build repository system D. I don't get this part. What are stage files? What are Gentoo stage files? Archives containing a minimal pre-compiled Gentoo Linux environment that serves as the foundation for installing the operating system. Okay. Almost all users use stage 3 tarballs. Stage Stage 3 files are available on main websites. Download page hosted by this. Navigate to architecture. Okay, shit, I guess, but we already have this thing. If this is what the stage, open RC. Choosing the stage file, we have to install, choose what we want. Setting the date and time. Okay, let's cd mount Gentoo. Date is correct, 16 April. Somehow date is, but time is not correct. Time, well, yep, time is correct, and UTC time zone is not correct. Automatic CHRONYD. It is wrong owner. Manual setup for date. Graphical browsers. Paste stage file. Downloads / mirrors. Downloading the stage file. First of all, we set up the date and time automatically or manually. Date is correct. For instance, to set the date to October 3rd, 13 year 2021, 13/16, 10. Okay. Right now it is month is 04, date 16, time 11:33, 11. Yes, 11:33, correct. And then year 2026. Cool. Date, and we are getting the correct time now. Cool. Graphical browsers, if we need them. Nope, I guess we don't need graphical browsers just yet. And those using environments with full graphical web browsers will have no problem copying a stage file URL from that to this command line browsers. Okay. More traditional readers or old timers, Gentoo users working exclusively from the command line may prefer using links with this, a non-graphical menu-driven browser. Okay, links is a non-graphical menu-based browser. This is to get the URL for the stage file. Okay. Installing a stage file after getting it downloaded, but how do we download? With the browser. Okay. ARM64, yes. And downloads. Shit, we go to the way. Same thing. Cool. How do we go back? go back. Okay, this Z. Z, cool. Z to go back. Oh, left and right keys to go back and forth. Web. You have to get to this page. Minimal stages. Okay. Open RC. We want to install this one. Open RC. This one says 251, 253. You have 266, 253. Request sent. Do you want to install? Yes, we do want to install. Save with this name. Cool. Okay, it is downloading. Okay, stage file is downloading. Stage file is downloading. And we are getting like near native speed. Total near native speed. Qemu taking 3.9 Mbps. And CPU is fine. RAM is also fine. Qemu is taking less storage than the Windows server, which is crazy. Less RAM than the Windows server. Cool. Even though we have given up like 4 GB of RAM to Qemu. Okay. Once we have this verifying, we will have to verify. We won't verify. It is fine as it is. GPG. Links with the minimal installation CD, additional downloads to verify, and additional downloads to verify and validate the stage files are available. Although, okay, what do we do after this? Installing a stage file. We'll use this. Okay, quit. Yes. ls. We do have this stage file. Cool. tar xpvf. This whole command. Once the stage file has been downloaded and verified, it can be extracted using tar. Before extracting, verify the options. This x means extract, instructs tar to extract the contents of the archive. P means preserve permissions. Verbose output to see everything. File provides tar f with the name of the input file, which is this. Stage 3 is the one. Stage 3 is the one. Cool. Exclude this. This means preserves extended attributes in all namespaces. Okay, attributes do not go away. Cool. And then numeric owner ensures that the user and group ID of the files being extracted from the tarball remain the same as Gentoo's release engineer team. Instead, intended, even if adventurous users are not using official Gentoo live environments for installation process, then this thing extracts files to the root partition regardless of the current directory. Cool. Extracting. CPU. That is taking CPU. Quite a lot of CPU. It is getting hot, but fine. And then introduction, configuring the compile options. To optimize the system, it is possible to set variables which impact the behavior of Portage Gentoo's official supported package manager. Okay, we do have this installed. Cool. ls shit, we have like the whole file system here. That is crazy. All those variables. Okay. Technically variables. Now what do we do? Fire up an editor. Portage reads in the make.config. This is for configuring compile options. Okay. Commented listing of all possible variables can be found in make config dot example. Additional documentation on make.config can be found using man5 make config. Man5 man not found is crazy. Man would be installed later on, I guess. From make config example file, it is obvious how the example file, it's nano etc portage. Inside portage we have make dot conf. We do not have the example file. We have this one which has shit. Meta u. Okay, common flags. Changing our CEOs is not something that should be done lightly. Okay. Please consult this. Is not something that should be done lightly. Oh no, this stage will build with the bindest use flag enabled. Okay, this is like the whole thing. And inside this, the C flags and CXX flags, we have C, this is the C flag and CXX flag. Common flags is a environment variable, which is just this. Cool. 0 to pipe, which is the option we are giving to everything here. Cool. And define the optimization for GCC and C++ compilers respectively, although those are defined generally here. For maximum performance, one would need to optimize these flags for each program separately, for more optimization. Okay, the reason for this is because every system is different. However, this is not manageable, hence the definition in make config. Okay, we need this C++ flags for building the operating system. In make config, one should define the optimization flags that will make the system the most responsive. Generally, don't place experiment. I think the default is fine. The handbook will not explain all possible optimizations. About the optimization, common flags, this march native. What is march native? First setting is the march or mtune flag, which specifies the name of the target architecture. Native. Possible options are in the example file, which we do not have. A commonly used value is native, as that tells the computer to select the target architecture of the current system. The user I guess if we do not give this, then still we would be fine. But let's give this ma native. M architecture equals native. Cool. Rust flags. We need Rust flags. Many programmers are now right. Many programs are now written in Rust. Has its own way of optimizing. By default, Rust optimize. Okay, this is for building the building the system. Like okay, we don't even do we have Rust C. Write out. Yes, and exit. We don't have Rust C, so we don't need to make the Rust flags. Cool. Make options. Installing base system, that would be the next thing, but before that, make options. Variable defines how many parallel compilations should work when installing a package. As of portage version this, it is left undefined. Portage default behavior is to set make option jobs same number of threads run by and proc. Okay, if left undefined, the behavior is to set this replace 4 as appropriate for this or leave it unset. What is J and what is L? Okay, I guess default is fine for us. Cool. Now actually installing the operating system. Shit, there is just like one person watching. Cool. And then ch routing. Copy DNS information, CP dereference this into this. Okay, from the boot to the current to inside the mount. Okay, copy DNS information. One thing still remains to be done before entering the new environment, and that is copying over the DNS information in this. This needs to be done to ensure that cpd reference slash etc resolve config. cp, what is dereference? Dereference slash etc slash resolve config to slash mount Gentoo etc. And let's see, ls resolve config cat. Do we have cat? We do have cat slash etc resolve config name server this and this. Okay, we just have like not much here. Mounting the necessary file systems. Mounting the necessary file systems. In a few moments, the Linux root will change towards the new location. The file system that need to be made available are proc. Proc is a pseudo file system. It looks like regular files, but it is generated on the fly by the Linux kernel. We need proc mount proc from proc to there slash. Okay, we'll just like copy all this, or better still would be to take this here. Cool. Mount types proc to mount Gentoo proc. Okay, mounted. Mount rbind sys mount Gentoo sys, and then mount make r slave mount Gentoo sys, and then mount rbind dev mount Gentoo dev mount make r slave mount Gentoo dev. Okay, that is very manual work. Make r slave, we did make r slave mount bind run mount Gentoo run mount make slave Gentoo run. Cool, that works. Cool, and these operations are needed for systemd support later in installation. Warning, entering the new environment. Okay, ch root, change root this to this slash. Okay, and if we do cd pwd slash root. Okay, we are still inside root. So slash etc slash file profile and then export. Okay, we are inside some other thing. And then from this point, all actions performed are immediately on the new Gentoo Linux environment. Preparing for a bootloader. We need to prepare for a bootloader. Mount SDA1, dev SDA1. Okay, okay, yes. Mount dev SDA1, or in our case, dev vdv1 2 slash EFI. Cool, and yep, that is what we need and not the other one. Configuring portage, we need to configure portage, which is the package manager. Installing a Gentoo ebuild repository snapshot from the web. Next step is to install a snapshot of Gentoo ebuild repositories. This snapshot contains a collection of files that inform portage about available software titles for installation, which profiles the system administrator can select package or profile. Okay, we need to run this. The use of this web sync is recommended for those who are behind restrictive firewalls. Okay, this is getting the latest information about what are the packages. We don't need to do this. rsync selecting mirrors, nope, optional. We'll just skip. News reading, image sync. Cool, let's image sync to get the latest information. Cool, and cool. Then choosing the right profile. Select select profile list. Desktop profiles are not exclusively for desktop environments. A profile is a building block for any Gentoo system. Not only does it specify default values for some stuff and other important variables, it also lacks the system to a certain range of package versions. These settings are all maintained by Gentoo developers. Profile is like what kind of user predefined settings for your thing. Select profile list, that is select profile list. Python, we are installing information about Python, not Python itself. This is getting metadata. Deleting SCI maths, science maths. Okay, these are the profiles, and shit, we can actually just choose a desktop profile directly. GNOME or KDE, I guess. Yeah, let's just choose a direct desktop profile, select profile list. Okay, we have a lot of them. Let's see. Linux ARM64 hardened, stable. GNOME stable. Plasma KDE Plasma stable. Let's go with GNOME Genome, profile number 7. And oh, cool, that is what we will use. Let's say profile number 7 is the one that we want. Select profile set 7. Cool. Select profile number 7 and then no multi-lib. What is no multi-lib? In order to select a pure 64-bit environment with no 32-bit applications. Okay, it is fine, we can install 32-bit applications, we would just not use them because we cannot use them. Optional. CPU flags. Okay, some architectures include including this and ARM. You have a use expand variable called CPU flags architecture, where arc is replaced with the relevant system. Do not confuse AMD 64 and x86 systems. AMD 64 and x86 systems share some common architecture, so the proper variable name would be AMD 64. Okay, for this would be this. This is used to configure the build to compile in specific assembly code or other instructions. CPU flags. Echo. CPU flags ARM nothing. This is used to configure the build. Okay, emerge. A few steps are needed to set this up. Okay, emerge, ask, one shot, app portage, CPU ID to CPU flags, help, multi-line actions required. Please choose one, help or search, because we messed up in the command. Emerge, ask, one shot, app portage CPU ID to CPU flags. Okay, would you like to merge these packages? And these are the packages that would merge in order. I guess yes, something is happening. Okay, inspect the output manually if curious. CPU ID to CPU flags. CPU flags are echo. Okay, Neo, all of this is information about the CPU, I guess. Okay, phone is going to die. Video cards, GPU driver name. Okay, there is no GPU for this. Yep, there is no GPU for this because yeah, Qemu does not give GPU support. Intel, nope. Shit. Okay, we do have this thing, virtual GL QEM, but QEMU with KVM. We do not have KVM. We have QEMU with HVF. It's VF, hypervisor framework. KVM is for when your host system is Linux, but the host system is not Linux. Video cards. I guess we can skip this then. Optional. 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 Configure locales. Local generation. Nano. Arabic. In a language that the user should interact with. Okay, we will use Spanish, English from Zimbabwe. Let's use American English, United States English, and okay, and then just Control W. Control O to write this out, and Control X. Cool. E-select localist. Set to available. What is local list? Once done, it is now time to select the system wide local settings. Select E-select is used manually. This can be accomplished by going there. We don't want to do that manually. E-select local list number 2. Okay, too many parameters. Set okay, manually. Nope, no manual stuff. Okay, now reload the environment with this command, env update and source etc profile and export ps1 should be equal to ch root ps1 k. And then configuring the kernel is the next step. Okay, bro, are you installing on Mac? Is it in a VM? Yep, it is in a VM. The name of the VM is QEMU. QEMU is being used for VM. Cool. Now configuration for the kernel, all of this. Okay, firmware. We have set up all the commands that we are running right now are running in the virtual hard disk. So whatever change we do, all this is in the virtual hard disk, not in the bootable hard disk, not in the like boot live environment. So okay, now we have set up local settings like time and stuff like that, language for the operating system. Now kernel settings. Okay, suggested Linux firmware. On many systems, non-FOSS firmware is required for certain hardware to function. The sys kernel Linux firmware package contains firmware for many but not all devices. Emerge ask sys kernel firmware. Okay, this is for setting up image ask kernel linux firmware. Okay, that all have been okay. I guess that is a good thing, even though it is in red. All evils that could satisfy this have been masked. I guess that is not good. There are packages that would emerge in this order. Okay, so something is wrong. Yep, it is. Something is wrong. All evils that could satisfy this have been masked. One of the following masked package is required to complete your thing, which is this one, Gentoo masked by this Linux. Missing keyword. A copy of this is located at this. For more info, note, installing certain firmware often requires accepting associated firmware license if necessary within the license handling. Okay, like, but what are we even doing? Configuring the kernel. Okay. Wait, this is the same command that we ran here. No, this is Linux firmware, and this is other SOF firmware. Suggested is Linux firmware. SOF sound is a new open source audio driver meant to replace. We don't even need this. We are not going to run anything, run sounds, but let's see if there is a error for this too. Ask some where there is error for this too. Mask. Yep. Bootloader, we have to set the bootloader. After that, this kernel install kernel, but we have not set up this firmware. We have to set up a firmware, and yeah, I guess this does not have the firmware for this operating system, for this hardware. Discrete hardware, graphics card. Grub is a bootloader. Can either use system D this or the traditional Debian install kernel. The system D use switch. Okay, at least this is working. Firmware was not working. Other bootloaders. Okay, we do have bootloader installed. Which is grub. kernel selection. It can be a wise move to use the distribution kernel on the first boot, as it provides a very simple method to rule out system issues and kernel config issues. Always having a known working kernel to fall back on can speed up debugging and alleviate anxiety when updating that your system will no longer boot. A common misconception is that a manually compiled kernel will use a lot less RAM. Here, now we are selecting how. Why do we have to select a kernel when we know that the kernel is Linux kernel? Distribution kernel is used to configure automatically a build and install the Linux kernel. Its associated modules and optionally, but enable by default and file. So distributed kernels. Okay, we will use distributed kernels then. Sign, nope. Signing, nope. Installing a distributed kernel. Merge ask sys kernel Gentoo kernel. Yes, we have the kernel, I guess. This thing to build a kernel with Gentoo patches from source. Type this. System administrators who want to avoid compiling the kernel source locally can instead use this. Okay, but we didn't compile this kernel with this command. Configuration loaded. Okay, we have the configuration. Upgrading and cleaning up. Okay. Emerge. Deep clean. Unemerge in this selected packages. What happened? All selected packages are slated for removal. Packages installed to 9 packages in world. Number removed 1, we removed one thing. Okay, or alternatively we could do this: post install and update tasks. Use distribution kernel if we did do use that. Okay, nano or echo use equals dist kernel. Put this at the end of /etc portage make.conf. That should have worked. Oh, shit. Yep. Use echo use equals dist kernel etc portage make.conf and manually rebuild and then manually rebuilding the inti-amp or unified kernel image. Emerge ask module rebuild. Okay, we build something. Emerge config. If any kernel modules this are needed at boot early, then rebuild with this. After installation, the distribution kernel successfully installing the distribution kernel successfully, it is now time to proceed to the next section: configuring the system. Alternative, manual configuration. No. We can move on to configuring the system. Cool. Cool. Configuring the system in this file system information, network information, and system information. File system information, blkid, blk. Both we have gpt. These attributes can be defined inside fstab as alternatives for mount for unique partition labels UUI. Like, what do we have to do about fstab? Creating the fstab file, nano fstab. Okay, fstab is a file that we need. Creating the about fstab. Under Linux, all partitions used by the system must be listed in this. Okay, fstab file. Fstab file system tab. File system table share. Okay, file system table. This file contains the mount points of those partitions where they are seen in the file system structure, how they should be mounted, and with what special options, automatically or not, whether users. Okay, this will have the file system table. Creating the file system table thing. File uses a table like syntax. Every line consists of 6 fields. Okay, we go in here like this. BIOS, nope, we don't need BIOS. We are using UEFI system, where a stab file would look something like this. Something like this. Cool. We'll just copy this whole thing. Nano /etc/f stab. This is okay. Nano is a bit messed up. Nano etc/f stab file system table. Okay, now Nano is cool. These are the entries: fs file system, mount point for the file system type, options, and dump, and then pass. Okay, 6 points. Cool. And there's a boot one, which is at point boot. I think we should change this to EFI, probably. Yep, to EFI. VFAT umask something 02. EFI VFAT and umask this. What is this umask? And also this example shows them. How do we know like what to put there? Okay, shit, not this. EFI VFAT umask mask TZ UTC time zone UTC 02 means something, and 1 2 and slash dev slash vdb2 vdb1 vdb1 vdb, yes, vdb1, we have vdb1, yep. And cool, for this is slash dev slash vdb3 mount point, the root defaults options default for this. And like, I will go to the washroom and I will be right back in just 1 minute, and then we will do this file system table. And I'm back. Pretty cool. Okay, we have defined this defaults options. We would like to give some custom options for the boot umask and time zone. Umask equals 0077 and time zone is UTC, I think. Cool. And then the default for this I guess we are just using the defaults. Yep, default and no NOA line. Okay, and cool, here change this with slash dev vdb to file system none mount point none. Cool. And swap and sw and 00, swap sw 00. Cool. This is 0101 and 0202. Okay. And then there is also this cd-rom slash cd-rom. cd-rom mount auto, no auto, ro user, not ro, and then 00. ro is root, I guess. Cool. User and control O to write this, and control like to exit. Cool. We have written this file system partition networking information. Okay, echo tux tux. Hosted name tux. What is hostname networking? It is important to note the following sections are provided to help the reader quickly set up their system to partake in local area. We don't need to want to partake in local area network. It is fine. Host name, let's put up a host name, echo this etc hostname, echo walrus /etc/hostname. Cool. Or echo walrus. Let's see, cad etc host name walrus. Cool. And cool, and then network. Let's see, emerge ask all this. We are getting something, like at least we have internet connection. This, all of this is for local area network, I guess. No, this is also for Ethernet. All network information is gathered in this file. .toml network. Password updated successfully. Okay, password for walrus is this. Okay, password updated successfully. Root password is also there in it, and boot configuration. We have not done the network setting stuff, optional. Okay, this is kind of getting overwhelming. Hello, yo, Kakashi. Network. Important, users should avoid using multiple network management daemons like all of this. This section is not exhaustive and covers a few tip. Ethernet users with a home router generally prefer this option. Okay, let's do this, just this, because Qemu is simulating an Ethernet connection. DHCP provides a reliable DHCP is domain host configuration protocol. Dynamic host configuration protocol to get a private IP from the router. I think maybe. Discover, offer, request, acknowledge. Cool. Key systems that do not use Wi-Fi can use DH. Okay, let's use this. Move this to workspace number 1. Cool. Okay. Emerge, ask, net, miscellaneous DHCP CD. Yes. A, chat, and RC to enable the services on OpenRC systems. I don't know if we are using OpenRC or not. Update, add DHCP CD default. Okay, added. And then to enable services on system D system CPL enable DHCP CD. We are not using system D or whatever it is. Cool. And I guess we can just move on now. Installing tools. Cool. And what do we do in here? System logger, cron, optional. Shell completion. We don't need shell completion. File indexing suggested. Time sync. We don't even need time synchronization. We just need to install system logger here. System D. we are using OpenRC, so we will just run these commands: emerge, ask, app, admin, syslog, yes, cool, it is working, and RC update add sys k log d default, cool. And the other one is for systemd, we don't need, and cron daemon. Cron is like set timeout in JavaScript. Crony. Okay. So that is installing stuff. Ask this. System processes crony. Okay, this is installing a package. RC update add crony default, cool. Alternative, nope, we don't need alternatives. Then for systemd, and then the rest is optional, cool. And then F, anyway, I guess we missed the last one, file system tools, and for that suggested time synchronization, nope, no need, but it is not optional, so maybe let's do this. Emerge, ask, net, miss, crony, file system tools. File system tools, depending on the file systems used, it may be necessary to install the required file system utilities for checking the file system integrity, reformatting file system, etc. Let's get some file system tools then. Emerge, ask, sys, block, IO, scheduler, u, dev, rules, yes. What does emerge, ask do in Gentoo? Ask command in Gentoo allows user to review the proposed actions such as package installations, update, okay, confirm, pretend. It pauses execution and waits for user input before starting action, before they actually occur. Okay, and here we did this sys block rules. What is sys block rules? Cat block IO. No, it is not there. Now the next thing, what do we have to configure next? The bootloader, I think we did do that. Default is grub, selecting the bootloader, we did select default is grub. Emerge, ask, or we could just say a v in the same line, this boot grub. I think that is fine, no error. Temporarily changing some flags for all packages might be better. Okay. And then echo grub platforms equals EFI 64. We are setting some settings. Put this in /etc voltage make dot conf grub platforms EFI 64. Yes, and then emerge, ask, sys, boot again. Okay, good. And then update new use verbose ask update new use verbose boot grub calculating dependencies, and it didn't ask error circular dependencies. Shit. Okay, let's install. Okay, now we have our first real error. The grub install is not able to install. Ask sys root grub circular dependencies. This thing depends on this, which depends on this. So it might be possible to break this chain by applying any of the following changes. Use this or use web p. For that, note this change can be reverted once the package has been installed. Note that the dependency graph contains a lot of cycles. Several changes might be required to resolve. Okay, there is a dependency cycle. A depends on B, B depends on A. What to download? Emerge, ask, sys boot maybe you meant lime. Shit, okay. Boot lime error or evil that could have been masked. One of the following masked packages is required to complete this. For more information, see the masked package section in the emerge man page. Okay, we are getting two errors. One is about circular dependency and the other is about masking. Yep, circular dependency. How to resolve circular dependency in Linux? Gentoo. Replace file name and category with the specifics from your error. Wait, okay. Use equals. Wait, no. Yes, equals. Web p. Emerge, ask, verbose, sys, boot, grub. Okay, and circular dependencies again. Use true types. Can we use multiple things here instead of one? Annual. Try to one shot the specific dependency mentioned in the error one by one. Okay. Circular dependencies we can use one shot or true type. Let's use true type. Use equals. This is what we were using. Okay, that does not help. True type, emerge, ask, verbose, sys, boot, grub, and error there are no grub. Okay, shit. Use equals true true type. Shit. Okay. Emerge, ask, verbose, sys, boot, grub, and still shit. Okay, yes, we want to download this and need updating. Okay, how do we update? Okay, did we install the thing? See this importage man for more information required by this. True type. Would you like to add these changes to your configurations? Yes. Auto mask changes written successfully. Now I think if we do the same thing, no. Note that this change can be reverted. Okay, shit. There is still circular dependency at the top. AV sys boot grub circular dependency as this use webp emerge ask verbose sys boot grub, and that also didn't work. Use this with extreme caution as it can break adjust package configurations. Can we use multiple use equals sum in emerge Gentoo? Yep, makes sense. Flag 1 2 3 and the last one, or we can do it like this. Shit, this is incorrect and this is correct somehow. Okay, use equals, it was web pg before, I think. WebP and diff PAWF WebP if and true type with emerge ask verbose and this boot slash grub. Okay, shit. Automask for config in this need updating. See configuration files and files updating tools section of the emerge man page on how to update config files in order to avoid wasting time. Backtracking has terminated early. Use equals webp and if with emerge ask verbose sys boot grub. That also does not work. We have to give true type, which let's use one shot. Let's use the one shot option. One shot is this. Try this specific dependencies. Emerge ask verbose sys boot grub. Emerge one shot sys boot if there are no packages like this, even diff media libs share. Okay, emerge one shot media libs if 4.7.1 I think is not a valid package atom if circular dependency, even though we did one shot. One shot media libs emerge or use equals if and emerge ask verbose install media libs slash if. Okay. That is downloading. That is okay. Circular dependency. Okay, at least we are now. We are resolving some of the circular dependency. It is happening just like okay. Shit. Is it downloading or building? I think this has already downloaded the thing and now it is building because there is like Qemu is not using any download bandwidth. So probably this is now building, and this is for a single package. And in some time, hopefully, we are going to be building the whole kernel, which is much bigger than a single package. And there are errors. There were like actual errors in it. Shit. Yep. This will take a lot of time. Grub install all that. x86 64 platform for EFI. This equals EFI directory equals EFI grub install. To install, wait, install what? Next, install grub files to /boot/grub directory via the grub install command. Presuming the first and disk, the one where the system boots from, is SDA. It is not SDA. This is for BIOS. This is the one that we do. Grub install EFI directory equals /EFI. Okay, that is just building. Hello, bro. What is Gentoo and what it has to do with? It has nothing to do with Codeforces. Literally nothing to do. Gentoo is a very basic, very basic Linux wrapper. It has the Linux kernel and a single package manager, and I guess this TTY interface, terminal interface to interact with the operating system. And my goal is to go from there to install a display server so that you can see apps and like interact with them like this, and then submit a Codeforces problem there. And shit, like shit. And what is happening here? Here we are installing and building a single package. This is building a single small package, not even a big one, a very small package, and this has taken more than like 2-3 minutes now, and it is still building. And in some time we are going to be building the whole kernel. I think, I don't know, but I think we are going to be building the whole kernel. That will take substantially more time than this. Shit, we will see how it goes. We will see how it goes. This might have been a bad idea because this might take a lot of time in building. Simply building. And you can see that nothing is being downloaded. Like 36 KB per second, nothing is being downloaded. Only little stuff. I guess that is for the YouTube chat bandwidth. This this download is being used by OBS to download stuff, but not by Qemu. Qemu is not using any download bandwidth. So easy stuff indeed. Okay, shit, I don't know. Okay. At least we have this downloaded. Cool. Now let's try to do emerge ask verbose sys boot grub. Okay, and now we do this when we download this. Use equals true type emerge ask verbose. Ask is fine, we won't use verbose because we get a lot of stuff on the screen. And we are installing dev Python. We are installing Python, so for some reason below. Shit. Okay. Use changes are necessary to proceed. See this in the file for more details. Okay, first of all, there is a circular dependency. Let's resolve that with this. avif use equals avif with emerge ask and install dev python pillow. Hopefully it works, and it does not. We have to use two flags. Use equals avif and true type for emerge ask download dev python pillow, and after that let's try to install this one instead of the other one. libavif with gdk pix buff use equals gdk pix buff gdk pix buff emerge ask, and the one that we download is media libs libavif. Okay, that is good, that is good. We are building. That will also take some time. What can we do in the meantime? Shit, I didn't thought that we would be building from scratch. That is crazy. Wait, Lord, it does Gentoo build everything that we install, or like, can we not get the binaries? Gentoo builds almost everything from source by default. That is actually our defining characteristic. Gentoo builds everything by default from scratch. Okay. We have this. Cool. Emerge, ask, and sys boot grub. All of this to install grub, and it's still error. True type error. Again, the same true type error. Python below. Dev. And any other errors? Why does it say VLAN? Yeah. Okay. Use true type emerge ask dev libs dev python below. Okay, that is a good sign, I think. Cool. Okay, that is good. This is building Python, I guess. Some Python thing. This is building some Python thing. And shit, this is a defining characteristic of Gentoo, that Gentoo builds everything from scratch. It does not download the binaries, it builds everything from scratch. I guess in that case, we would like to increase the CPU usage, and I'm also afraid that my laptop might melt down. This is already using 400% of the CPU, almost 400. Okay, shit. If we do stop this now, we will lose all the progress that we have made because this is running on live from the boot device. As sys boot grub. So we cannot change the number of, again, circular dependency. Fine, fine, fine. We know how to fix this now. Use equals gdk fix buff emerge a www w 3 w's client w3 and building cool. This, I guess most of this stream is just going to be this text on screen. Nothing special, just text. Okay, and I think we should have some like fun activity on the side so that we do not get overwhelmed and actually do this thing till its completion. Maybe we can play a game on side. Shit, that would be crazy. We can play a game. Okay, emerge ask sys boot grub, and hopefully it works this time. Okay, I guess it works, and I think this is the one. This is going to take time. 10 MBs, that was 10 MB, 9 MB, and there are 151 of these things. Okay, this is the thing which will take most time, and we can in that time do something else. Shit, what we can actually do in that time is set up the CI/CD pipeline for the chess game while this is building. Shit, we can like actually do that, set up the CI/CD pipeline for the chess game. Let's do that. Posty new terminal, move it to space number 4. Yes, this is going to take time. This is just at package number 5 out of 151. This is going to take time. Cool. CD go to ls status. It's going to get hot, like the laptop. Cool. And okay, here docker image ls. Docker is not running. Docker okay, computer is lagging. This has started to lag. We don't need this. Cool. Docker image ls. Okay, we have nothing, literally nothing. Docker df, I think. Docker system df to see how much space Docker is taking. It is not taking any space, just 1 GB of space. Okay. Now we are in here, and yesterday I did some changes after the stream, and Docker Compose is working. It is building the front end, and the problem was here Docker file. The problem was this: when we here we have a monorepo using bun. We have built a monorepo using bun. Still going. Cool. We have built a monorepo using bun, and We do need package.json for all the files, but for the main root directory and also the internal packages which we were doing, but we also need bun.lock for defining the monorepo completely. So that is what we were missing, and now that we have this, everything is okay. Everything is pretty good. And if we do docker compose build this, okay, now we are like building at two places. Here Gentoo is building VLAN and everything. Here this is building, Docker is building its own stuff. Hello. But why did you choose that operating system? I thought that Gentoo is like low level. I thought Gentoo is low level and would be challenging, but I had no idea that Gentoo builds everything from scratch. Like, that is crazy. Gentoo builds everything from scratch, almost everything from scratch. So shit, bad luck. That is why it was like making us do all of this configuration stuff. Good. It is going to take time to build. Docker is building, Docker is downloading. Qemu is also downloading. Hey, what is Qemu downloading? Qemu is downloading some stuff. It has downloaded. It has downloaded. Now Docker is downloading. Docker is getting the bandwidth. Docker is downloading SHA-256 TY Alpine Go. Yep. Go image. The bandwidth is being shared between Docker and Qemu. Bun is downloading packages. Hello. What about Arch? Arch is like pretty simple. Hello, Foli 220220. Crazy name. Yep, I had no idea that Gentoo builds everything, and GPU is going. Shit, wait, why is this one not? Wait, one GPU is not working? Huh? Okay, I do see a lag. And shit, I'm also streaming. This is also streaming at the same time. Yep. Wait, if there seems to be a lag. Yep, I guess there is a lag. There is a lag. Not too much. Wait, how's the lag? The laptop is at its limits. Actually, I guess we should not do that Docker stuff. Yes, a little lag. Shit. This is going to be completed. Shit, because Docker is going to run multiple containers and we are also running an actual virtual machine. So maybe we should not do Docker stuff. We can do competitive programming. Yep, we can do competitive programming and stop this Docker container. Like, yep. But let's just let him cook. Okay, let's Docker cook and then we can stop Docker and do some competitive programming while it is building. Because this is going to take time. Shit. Shit, now no one is downloading anything. Cool. Docker is almost done. But I guess not. And in this whole diagram that we made, where the host operating system is there and we are running using Qemu, the virtual image, the virtual machine from the Gentoo ISO, We are just on this step, on this green arrow step, installing Gentoo on the image, on the virtual hard drive, so that we don't need ISO every time that we are running, so that we are not always running the live environment. Cool. We are like on step number 1, PC specs. This is processor M4, RAM is 16 GB, and yep, storage is less. Storage is 256 storage GB. Step 18 out of 151. Cool. Docker is done. Docker image ls. Yep, we have all this image stuff. Let's stop Docker. Okay, even stopping is taking time. It is competitive programming. Cool. Docker is off. Qemu. Now, competitive programming. Codeforces, we will solve some problem in Codeforces. Let's see, or we can read about Nix OS, we can read about Neo VM, we can read about Neo VM actually, or let's, too many options. Let's just solve a problem. There was a problem in this contest, problem number C, which I started but didn't finish. This one, interval mod. Let's do this, and then maybe we can switch between reading Neo VM docs or Nginx. I guess not Nginx, but Neo VM. We will read Neo VM docs. That would be cool. Are you using Starship shell? Wait, no, I'm using ZSH. Starship shell. Manual, blazing fast and extremely customizable prompt for any shell. Wait, this is not a shell. This will brew bash z. Okay, shit. This makes your shell beautiful. No, I'm not using this. I'm using my ZSH. This thing. My ZSH. Cool. And onto this was the problem. Let me turn this into dark mode because everything else is dark on the screen. Is number 31. Let's go. We are making progress. Hey, shit, it is like, oh my ZSH. Cool. Okay, this is the problem. You are given an array A consisting of n integers as well as k parameters k, as well as parameter k, and an integer m of set two things. You can perform the following operation on a any an arbitrary number of times, possibly 0 if you want. First, choose an interval L2k of length at least equal to k. That is, the length should be, since L and R both are included, the length would be R minus L plus 1, and an integer out of this set, either p or q. Choose one integer and then set every value inside that range equal to its mod with the number that we chose. And then we have to do this so that the sum of all the elements in the array is as little as possible. We did start doing this problem, but we were not able to complete. Yep, we did all of this. Let's just remove this int n and k. And then p and q are also there. P, q. I guess it might be long. Yep, p and q are pretty big, so okay. Vector a size n 0. Okay, for into reference x in A, C in X, vector, and also codium toggle turn off codium. Okay, this is going on fine. Package number 49, let's go 45. Okay, there is in this array A if this is R, and I guess I should also close these. In this array A, there we will take we will take a subarray of size k, which is the smallest subarray that we can take, and we will find like the interval or window for which I'm getting a call from a friend. I will call him later on. We have to choose the interval or find the interval in this A array which gives the smallest sum of elements after taking their mod with either P or Q, if that makes sense. So if let's say we choose like some random range L and R, and we could either LAI mod with P, we could either take their mod with P and then sum them, add them together, or we could take their mod with Q and then add them together. Two things. So we will find the one which is best, and for the rest of the elements which are outside this range, we will just take their mod with whichever number gives a smaller mod, either with P or AI mod with Q. I think, yeah, this or that. Cool. So for finding the range, long sum for P, sum P, current sum and the best sum best P equals 0, and sum best Q equals 0, and sum current P equals 0, and sum current Q equals 0. For int I equals 0, I smaller than k, I plus plus the sum of the first elements, and sum B P, sum best P till now would be AI remainder with P, or not this but plus, and sum best Q plus equals AI remainder with P. And that would also be the current sum current P equals sum best P, and sum current Q equals sum current Q. Cool, that makes sense. And okay, cool. Then for int I equals k, I is smaller than n I plus plus, we will go keep going forward, and for the final answer, we need best I int best I equals, let's say, 0, and int best sum equals 0, whether P or Q, whatever it is. Best I and best sum. Yep, best I and best sum. But that will do here. Starting from K till N seems better. Okay. Now we have to update the current sum current for p minus equal, remove the last element which should be a I minus k. Yep. And sum current p plus equals, add the modulus. Don't remove this shit. Okay, I guess that might have been a mistake. Do not remove this, remove its modulus with p. Sum c p plus equals a I modulus with p. Okay, and then sum current q, same with q, substitute p with q on the whole line. Okay, and best sum. Okay, we need more things here. Int best p equals 0 and int best q index equals 0. Still building. And if sum current q is smaller than sum best q, then sum best q becomes equal to sum current q, and best q becomes 5. And same here, substitute q with p global. Okay, and here if sum best p is smaller than sum best q, then do something. Best I equals best q, and best sum we'll suppose is sum best q. But if p is better, then we will say best I would be equal to best p, and sum best sum would be equal to sum best p. Okay. This is getting quite hot, the CPU. Qemu is doing quite a lot of stuff. I had no idea that this builds everything from scratch. That is just crazy. This builds everything. Okay. We have the best range. Now we have to sum up all the elements. This can be integer, but okay, these are long, pretty cool. And now for int I equals 0, I smaller than best I minus k I plus plus. I think smaller than equal to. Yep, smaller than equal to, and rest plus equals minimum of one long multiplied by minimum of ai remainder with p, or ai remainder with q. Take the best one. Cool. And then for int I equals I int I equals bi is included bi plus 1, I is smaller than n I plus plus, and same thing here also. Okay, this is compiling and taking time build error is crazy. We got a build error. Compile this. It took 4 seconds to compile this. Okay. Yes, of course. Shit. Minus is crazy. Compiling and build error due to some reason. Compile this and input is this. Still okay. Shit, we are getting the wrong answer. We have to fix this, and Gentoo is still building. It will like just keep building. This will just keep building. Actually, crazy stuff. And in the meantime, we will just solve this. Competitive programming. Okay, we are getting the wrong answer. Why are we getting the wrong answer? Compile this. Let's test for a simple test case. We have just one test case, which is 1134 1134, and the text is 2026. Answer seems to be 1, but actual answer is also 1. Shit. Okay, shit. We are getting the right answer for that. One and 12 is not the right answer for this. 12 is not the right answer for this. Right answer is 11. Right answer is 11. 12 is not. And 3 minus, not minus 15, it should be 0. Okay, we are getting a wrong answer for this one. One more than the actual answer. We start with initial sum equal to 0. We calculate the sum in K range, best P, best Q, index, current sum becomes equal to best sum initially, and we remove the element at the back and add the new element pool for both P and Q. We update their current sum, and if the current sum is better than the overall sum, then we update the index, best Q index and best P index, and then we assume that the best one is Q, but if it is not, if Q is not the best, P is best, we change to P, and then we find the answer for rest of the thing. And we should never be getting a negative answer. Somehow we are getting a negative answer. Res and BI. Compile. It's just building. Minus 13 was the best one there for res, which is wrong. Minus 13 is not the best. Cout some CP, some CQ, BQ, BP. Compile this. Copy. Okay. In this one, we got this. Okay. This was equal to minus 1. And then it became equal to minus 13. Minus 1, first of all, should not be possible. Okay, I will go to the washroom and I will be right back in 1 minute. And you can look at this beauty. In the meantime, just stuff being built. And I'm back. Cool. Yep, this is still the Gentoo stream for the one person who is watching, but this is building. Like Gentoo builds everything from scratch, so this is going to take time, and this might even take like hours. So I don't know how much time this is going to take. So in the meantime, we are solving competitive programming problems, just like in the meantime. This is like so bad shit. This is building everything, and this is not even taking all the cores. This is taking 4 cores, and sometimes it is not even using up those 4 cores. Qemu. And the laptop is getting hot. maybe we should not do competitive programming while this is happening, because competitive programming also takes brain power. I guess we can play a game which is fun. Package number 77, 78. We are at package number 78, which is pretty cool. Maybe in the meantime we can play a game. I did download a game in Steam today. Shit, it is Steam also takes time to load up. Lag, and if the lag is like too much, shit, there is lag. Yep. If the lag is too much, you can just like say we will not play War Thunder while this is being built. We don't have good enough computers to do that, but we can do Crusader Kings. Let's see if how much stuff does this take, how much memory does this thing need. Guides, discussion, workshop, support. Community of point, discussion, guides. How much RAM and CPU does Crusader Kings take? Second, take 2 GB RAM and 24 Hz CPU, but a modern processor plus 4 GB RAM are recommended for better performance. I think maybe we can play this without hurting the build which is being built. RAM requirements, minimum 4. We do have 4 GB of spare RAM. If I turn, I can close the browser when we are playing the game. And CPU, I think, yep, we do have enough CPU for this. It is, the Brave is not even taking the biggest chunk out of CPU. And why is Apple it is running? Okay, but shit, this will take GPU. The game will take GPU. We don't have enough GPU, maybe sufficient for base game. Maybe we can find a simpler game to play. We are just looking for things to time pass. Wait. Shit, maybe I will also try this out. Starship Shell. Shit. We need a like low levels thing to do. Low level I mean, which does not take up a lot of CPU. Maybe we can read NewVim documentation. I guess we will read NewVim documentation. And yes, when this is done, I am actually going to watch a movie. I think we can see that. Help. Basic editing. Starting Vim commands. Vim command requirements. Cool, this is fine. Basic editing, let's read what is here. vim arguments. Most often vim is started to edit a single file with command this vim and file name. More generally, vim is started with this option file name. Okay, option arguments and file name arguments can be mixed and any number of them can be given. However, watch out for the options that take an argument. The following items decide how to start editing. The following items decide how to start editing. File name, one or more file names. Okay, option arguments and file name arguments can be mixed and any number of them can be given. However, okay, the following items, file name, there is a thing called file name. One or more file names can be given. The first one will be the current file and if read into the buffer, the cursor will be positioned at the first line of the buffer to avoid a file name starting with a this being interpreted as an option. Precede the argument list with 2 hyphens. Example, with this, if the file name begins with a hyphen, and then all arguments after this are interpreted as file names, no other options plus command arguments can follow. Okay, alias for standard output. Alias for standard in. Example, this text is read into buffer1, file is opened as buffer2. Okay, in most cases except this headless, if standard in is not a TTY, then it is read as text. So this is implied. So hyphen is implied. Okay, 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 we can standard in. We can do echo stuff test, yeah, echo hello, pass this into new vim and we get this here. Cool. And you go, yeah, just close this. Cool. And text is read into buffer1. Okay, if this is our format, or we can do the same thing with this. The buffer will be marked as modified because it contains text that needs to be saved except for read only. And also, I guess, how to become me not cracked, me figuring out how to become cracked. Or if you join the Discord, then there is a person named cracked OS dev. He cracked, me no cracked. And let me add something here from OBS. Text, yes, text. Text is wait. New docs while the that is pretty cool. Yes, that is good enough, I guess. Cool. You easy cracked though. No, me no cracked. Me no cracked. Me. Me learn. Me learning. Me had no idea this builds. Yep. That Gentoo builds everything. Shit. Gentoo builds everything. This is just building. It could take like hours, 3-4 hours, and we would just be sitting here. The buffer will be marked as modified because shit. Maybe I should put this somewhere else. Top right is cool. Yep, cool. did. And shit, bro, you could have told me that Gentoo builds everything from scratch. I had no idea. Shit, you messed me up. I thought Gentoo is just difficult because it does not have much stuff, but Gentoo builds everything from scratch. So we will be sitting here whole day. And then, shit, then we will have to build the browser because Gentoo builds everything. And building new VM would be easy. Optimizing, shit, if that is their thing. And also, since I started Qemu with 4 cores, I thought 4 cores would be pretty cool. Gentoo is just using 4 cores and the rest are not doing anything. They are just like being used for a stream, and I cannot even shit. I cannot stop this and give it more cores because this is in the live environment. This is, I think, at this point building grub or VLAN or something. I don't even know what this is building, but this is working. Shit, the browser took ages. Shit. Thank you. Good luck indeed. I guess we can read the whole new documentation multiple times in that time. That would be cool. And the only concern is my laptop might break. I can turn on the AC in that case. Okay, the buffer will be marked as modified echo text. Okay, cool, that makes sense. The buffer will be marked as modified because it contains text that needs to be saved. Okay, except for read-only mode. If you don't like that, put these lines in your init.vim. I do not have a init.vim, I have init.lua. Don't set modified when reading from standard in. Okay, to read standard in as normal commands, use this. Okay, to read standard in as commands, use this. To read standard in as X commands, X is an old editor on which Vim is based. So X command, do this. To open a file literally named, use this. Okay, and to read standard input as text with headless, use this. Okay. Tag. A tag is looked up in the tags file. Okay, these are now the options which we could give when we are opening a file. Okay, tag and control G. 1000 lines. Still building. We are at package number 81 out of 151. Cool. VLAN scanner. It says VLAN scanner. Cool. Okay, a tag is looked up in the tags file. The associated file becomes the current file and the associated command is executed mostly, and an example would be cool. Mostly this is used for C programs, in which case tag often is a function name. The effect is that the file containing that function becomes the current file and the cursor is positioned on the start. Okay, this is tag is looked up in the tags file. To go to a specific place when we are opening a file, I guess error file, quick fix mode. The file with the name error file is read and the first error is displayed. See quick fix. If error file is not given, the error file type option is used for the same file. Okay, if you open a file with Q tag in new, okay, move this to space 4. Package number 90, that is progress. Why are my messages? Shit, your messages are getting blocked by YouTube. Maybe you were abusing. Okay, if we stuff test ls index.html, we have index.html. If you open nvim q index.html and shit, we didn't see anything. Nvim q index.html 1 out of 11. Okay, the type of this file has to be error file. If the error file is not given, the error file type option is used. Okay, nothing without one of the 4 items above. Vim will start editing a new buffer. It's empty and doesn't have a file name. Okay, and the option arguments may be given in any order. Single letter options can be combined with one letter dash. There can be no option arguments after the this argument, because when we given this thing, then everything else is, after that is going to be a file name. Help for help, question mark for help, give usage, help message, and exit. Version, print version information. Okay, that was simple. Clean mimics a fresh install of new vim. Okay, skips installation from files and environment variables. No sha sha da files is read or written. Excludes user directories from runtime path. Loads built-in plugins, unlike you, none, I, none. No plugin. Okay, these are some like random new stuff. Command. Okay, command is cool. Command will be executed after the first file has been read. So example like this: vim we can give, okay, either we can give plus or c and then the command set si, set si, whatever set si means, and find stdio in an empty buffer. Okay, this command runs. So I guess starting here, this thing, here we can open nvim plus ex. What are the files that we index.html is the file, yep. Nvim plus ex execute index.html, and that should open index.html. Cool. Command. Okay, note you can use up to 10 plus or c. Okay, shit. Or cmd, like I guess the bigger name for the same thing, will execute before processing any vim. Okay, before processing any vim rc files. These commands, this is independent from the c commands. This executes source or lua file after the first file has been loaded. So if we here write and hello dot lua and we do h equals I, and then we do nvim s hello dot lua and index.html, and in here if we print echo h undefined variable, or lua, run a lua command and print h, print. Okay, the file was loaded. Cool, the file was loaded. To load a file, L recovery mode, Without a file name argument, a list of existing soap files is given with a file name. A soap file is read to recover a crashed editing session. Okay. Read only mode, open and read only mode. The read only mode option will be set for all the files being edited. You can still edit the buffer but will be prevented from accidentally overwriting a file. If you forgot that you are in VM mode to make changes, you can overwrite a file by adding an exclamation mark. Okay. Errors, and hopefully this does not break everything. Okay, by adding an exclamation mark, the X, this is to open the file in a read-only mode. Then modifications not allowed to be written. The write option will be reset so that writing files is disabled. However, the write option can be set to an, wait, what is this? Modifications are not allowed to be written. Okay, the write option will be reset so that writing files is disabled. However, the write option can be set to enabled. Okay, and capital M, modifications not allowed. The modifiable option will be reset so that the changes are not allowed. Okay, how is non-modifiable different from read-only mode? I guess in modifiable we cannot even edit the buffer. At least in read-only mode we can at least edit the buffer, but in modifiable we cannot even do that. So new vim read-only index.html, here we can edit the buffer, and when we write we cannot write, we get error. But with modifiable index.html, instead we can modify the file. Modifiable is modifications not allowed to be written with small m, but with capital M they are not allowed to be made even, I guess. Nvim capital M index.html. Yep, I cannot even modify the file. Cannot make changes. Modifiable is off. But can we change the modifiable option? Not editor command. How do we modifiable? Not an editor command. Set modifiable, and now we can change the file. Okay, cool. Building, and it has already been 3 hours 38 minutes. This might take like 6-7 hours, I don't know. We start vim in exec mode. Okay, that is cool. And vim small e or capital E. That was something. Start vim in exec mode if standard in is not es script mode, aka silent mode, aka batch mode. No UI disables most prompt messages and unrelated us and cs. Put equals this and vim es reads executes standard in as x commands. Building. Escalator can go. These list commands display empty buffer. Print the current buffer, I guess. Number. Print the current line. Set. Shows us stuff. Okay. And then with verbose. Building. With verbose or verbose, other commands display on standard error. Okay. Script executes Lua script non-interactively. No UI with optional arguments after processing any preceding new CLI arguments. Then exits. Example. foo.lua plus this, like execute this command or use this as the input. Shit, we have only completed like 17% of this. Okay. Vim V8, what is V8? Verbose. Debugging mode, there is a debugging mode for Vim. Okay, go to debugging mode when executing the first command from a script. Disables swap files. Open N windows. Okay, open N windows, split vertically, and in this split horizontally. Okay, -O could be useful. Open N tab pages. Start in diff mode. Diff mode is something. Use the file vimrc is read for initializations. Most other initializations are script. Okay, only the main file is used, I guess. Okay, we give it which file to run, and our default file does not run, this one runs. Cool. And when you hello.lua here, yep, our default configuration file does not run, only this one runs. Cool. And still building. Package number 109. The Sharda file is used instead of the default Sharda file. If the name none is used, okay, s script, read script file, w number, set the window number option to number. Embed, there is stuff, a lot of stuff. Initialization, okay, let's see what it is. At the startup, Qemu checks environment variables and files and sets values accordingly. Probably I will forget most of the things that I'm reading here. We can do something which is cooler. It should be it's getting quite hot. Fine. 300%. Okay, no, we won't be reading new VM docs. Doesn't seem cool. And so what can we do in the meantime? Maybe take boot.dev, the logging stuff from boot.dev. Oh, shit. And also I do not want to stop this stream. This would be very cool if I do go through this whole thing in a single sitting without getting off. Abby Martin, who is Abby Martin? So now we just have to like spend time or like do something in the time when this is building. What can we do? We can read some article from this. This maths, or we can read this, or watch some YouTube video, but no. Config. Git push original password. I'm thinking about what we can do while this is building. First of all, I should charge my laptop while this is building. We are on package number 130 something. No, 112, 113, package number 113. Quite a long way to go. Next OS, we will just like keep doing some random stuff. Or if we can just land on something cool which does not take up a lot of cognitive energy and do that for the next 2 to 3 hours, that would be cool. Okay, shit. Yes, we can. Something that I would like to do is we can read a book. Actually, we can read a book. I mean, not a physical one. We will have to download the PDF. Piracy, let's go. Or we can read Berserk. Shit, we can like actually read Berserk. While this is building, we can read Berserk. Shit, okay, let's do that. Reading Berserk. I will write, but I down and deleted Berserk manga archive. We can download it from archive. Shit, this is cool. And shit, I can like sit for this for hours. No problem. Berserk manga. And wait, Claude, about the legality of this. If I read Berserk manga on YouTube stream, is it okay in legal terms? I don't think it would be okay because Kentaro Miura, everyone knows him, estate and published by Young Animal is streaming it on YouTube without authorization likely violates copyright law in multiple ways. As a viewer, you are in gray area. Consuming pirated content is rarely prosecuted, but it is still technically, I mean, what can happen as a streamer, it is much clearer. You would be publicly performing, displaying copyrighted material without a license, distributing it to others, which is more serious infringement. I'm not distributing, everyone knows that they can go to mangareader.com, risking DMCA takedowns, channel strikes, or bans on YouTube. Shit. The stream framing doesn't help courts and platforms treat unauthorized streamers of copyrighted content the same as piracy. YouTube itself will typically take down such streams. Okay, shit, I would not like this stream to be taken down. I would like this to stay. So I guess we will not read Berserk manga. Would have been cool. Legal ways to read Berserk would be Viz Media has the official English manga volumes, physical and digital. Okay, shit, I can go to Viz Media. Dark Horse Comics also publishes it in English. Some chapters may be available on official manga platforms like Manga Plus or Crunchyroll Manga. If you are watching someone else's stream of it, you are unlikely to face real consequences. Okay, if I watch someone else's stream, so Viz Media, wait, does Viz Media cost money? Shonen Jump, One Piece, we could read One Piece, would be cool. Berserk, wait, shit, where is Berserk? They don't have Berserk. Shit, they don't have Berserk. Manga and shit, they don't have Berserk. Dark Horse Comics. Comics. That is some cool font. Okay, they do have Berserk, but they take money, quite a lot of money actually, for one volume. Or from Crunchyroll. Well, Crunchyroll does take money for sure, so we cannot do this. It's just building, or we can just look at this thing being built. Right, there is the Project Gutenberg, which gives free ebooks. Yes, we can read something from here. Still being built. We can read some classic book. Frankenstein is cool. Moby Dick is here. Moby Dick, I hope is not too long. Start reading now. Read now. Okay, shit, we can literally read it right now. It is big. No, it has small chapters and maybe we might be able to read this whole thing. Let's see. Wuthering Heights is cool. Shakespeare. Time and Punishment is here. Cool. let's see the legality of reading from this. Is it okay to read from Project Gutenberg on stream? Yes, generally it is completely fine. Here is why. Project Gutenberg hosts works that are in the public domain, meaning their copyright has expired. Okay, so there is no problem if we read something from Project Gutenberg. So now let's figure out what can we read from this cool, something cool. Top 100 main categories. Or if we don't find anything cool, we will just go with this Moby Dick. Adventure, history, art, literature, literature, yep. German literature, we could read German literature. Short stories, no, bigger thing would be cool. Humor, religion, philosophy and ethics. Let's art. Okay, let's see these books in German literature. But I guess they would be in German. Metamorphosis is German literature. Okay. Shit, France. France is a German name. Yes, France is a German name. Grammar. Yep. This is building. Wolfgang Goethe. Die Traumteutung. Hermann Hesse. Okay, I have read about this book, not this book itself, but about this book. Not Does Speak Zarathustra, that the trial, we can read the trial, but I do have the physical book, so next. Building. Shit, okay. Hermann Hesse, and this is not as long as the other one, as Moby Dick. I guess we can read this. This would be cool. Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. An Indian Tale. Ooh, let's read this. Would be cool to do. And let me add a text. Reading Siddhartha by Hermann single N. While Gentoo compiles code. Looks good enough. Not white, while. Capitalism. Cool. Now we can read this. Okay. Audiobook. Cool. Okay. The son of the Brahmin. Let's go. In the shade of the house, in the sunshine of the riverbank near the woods, in the shade of the sal wood forest, in the shade of the fig tree is where Siddhartha grew up, the handsome son of Brahman, the young falcon, together with his friend Govinda, son of a Brahman. Okay, the sun tanned his light shoulders by the banks of the river when bathing, performing the sacred ablutions, the sacred offerings in the mango grove shade, powered into his black eyes when playing as a boy, when his mother sang, when the sacred offerings were made, when his father, the scholar, taught him, where the wise men talked. For a long time, Siddhartha had been partaking in the discussion of the wise men, practicing debate with Govinda, practicing with Govinda the art of reflection, the service of meditation. He already knew how to speak the Om silently, the word of words, to speak it silently into himself while inhaling, to speak it silently out of himself while exhaling. With all the concentrations of his soul, the forehead surrounded by the glow of the clear thinking spirit, he already knew to feel Atma, Atma in the depths of his being, indestructible, one with the universe. Joy leapt in his father's heart for his son, who was quick to learn, thirsty for knowledge, saw him growing up to become great wise man and priest, a prince among Brahmins. Bliss leapt in his mother's breast when she saw him walking, when she saw him sitting down and get up. Siddhartha, strong, handsome, who was walking on slender legs, greeting her with perfect respect. Love touched the hearts of the Brahman's young daughter when Siddhartha walked through the lanes of the town with the luminous forehead, with the eyes of a king, with his shim, slim hips. But more than all the others, he was loved by Govinda, his friend, the son of a Brahmin. He loved Siddhartha's eyes and sweet voice. He loved his walk and the perfect decency of his movements. He loved everything Siddhartha did and said. What he loved most was his spirit, his transcendent, fiery thoughts, his ardent will, his high calling. Govinda knew he would not become a common Brahmin, not a lazy official in charge of offerings, not a greedy merchant with magical spells, not a vain vacuous speaker, not a mean, deceitful priest, and also not a decent, stupid sheep in the herd of the many. No, and Govinda, as well, did not want to become not one of those tens of thousands of Brahmins. He wanted to know Siddhartha, the beloved, the splendid, and in days to come, when Siddhartha would become a god, when he would join the glorious, then Govinda wanted to follow him as his friend, his companion, his servant, his spear carrier, his shadow. Siddhartha was thus loved by everyone. He was source of joy for everyone. He was delighted for them all. But he, Siddhartha, was not a source of joy for himself. He found no delight in himself, walking the rosy paths of the fig tree. I've heard that somewhere. Fig tree, sitting in the bluish shade of the grove of the complementation, washing his limbs daily in the bath of repentance, sacrificing in the dim shade of the mango forest his gesture of the perfect decency, everyone's love and joy. He still lacked all joy in his heart. Dreams and restless thoughts came into his mind, flowing from the water of the river, sparkling from the stars of the midnight, melting from the beams of the sun. Dreams came to him, and a restlessness of the soul, fuming from the sacrifice, breathing forth from the verses of the Rig Veda, being infused into him drop by drop from the teachings of the old Brahmins. Siddhartha had started to nurse discontent in himself. He had started to feel that the love of his father and the love of his mother and all the love of his friend Govinda would not bring him joy forever and ever, would not nurse him, feed him, satisfy him. He had started to suspect that his venerable father and his other teachers, that the wise Brahmins, had already revealed to him the most and best of their wisdom, that they had already filled his existing vessel with their richness, and the vessel was not full. The spirit was not content, the soul was not calm, the heart was not satisfied. The ablutions were good, but they were water. They did not wash off the sin, they did not heal the spirit's thirst, they did not reveal The fear in his heart, the sacrifices, and the invocations of the gods were excellent. But was all this? Did the sacrifices give a happy fortune? And what about the gods? What was it really Prajapati who created the world? Was it not the Atma, he, the only one, the singular one? Were the gods not created? Creations created like me and you, subject to time, mortal. Was it therefore good? Was it right? Was it meaningful and the highest occupation to make offerings to God? For whom else were offerings to be made? Who else was to be worshipped but Him, the only one, the Atma? And where was Atma to be found? Where did He reside? Where did His eternal heart beat? Where else but in one's own self, in the innermost part, in its indestructible part, where everyone had in himself? But where was this self, this innermost part, this ultimate part? It was not flesh and bone, it was neither thought nor consciousness, but the wisest one thought. Thus, the wisest one thoughts once thought. So, where was it to reach this place? The self, myself, the Atman, there was another way, which was worldwide, worthwhile looking for. Alas, and nobody showed his this way, nobody knew it, and not the father, and not the teachers and wise men, not the holy, sacrificial songs. They knew everything. The Brahmins and their holy books, they knew everything. They had taken care of everything and of more than everything, the creation of the world, the origin of speech, of food, of inhaling, of exhaling, the agreement of the senses, the acts of the gods. They knew infinitely much, but was it valuable to know all of this? Not knowing that one and only thing, the innermost important thing, the holy, the solely important thing. Okay, hello. It's going to be a long stream. This is still compiling. We will just, I guess, we will read this whole book. Surely many verses of the holy books, particularly in the Upanishads of Samveda, spoke of this innermost and ultimate thing. Wonderful verses. Your soul is the whole world was written there. And it was written that man in his sleep, in his deep sleep, would meet with his innermost part and would reside in the Atma. Marvelous wisdom was in these verses. All knowledge of the verses one had been collected. Marvelous wisdom was in these verses. All knowledge of the wisest ones had been collected here in the magic words, pure as honey collected by bees. No, not to be looked down upon was the tremendous amount of enlightenment which lay here collected and preserved by immune generations of wise Brahmins. Okay, they are focusing a bit too much on Brahmins being the ones who carry knowledge. But where were the Brahmins? Where the priests? Where the priests? Where the wise men and penitents who had succeeded in not just knowing the deepest of all knowledge but also to live it? Where was the knowledgeable one who wore his spell to bring his familiarity with the Atma out of the sleep into the state of being awake, into the life, into every step of way, into word and deed? Siddhartha knew many venerable Brahmins, chiefly his father, the prune, the pure one, the scholar, the most venerable one. His father was to be admired, quiet and noble were his manners, pure his life, wise his words, delicate and noble thoughts lived behind its brow. But even he who knew so much, did he live in blissfulness? Did he have peace? Was he not also just a searching man, a thirsty man? Did he not again and again have to drink from holy sources as a thirsty man, from the offerings, from the books, from the disputes of the Brahmins? Why did he, the irreproachable one, have to wash off sins every day, strive for a cleansing every day, over and over every day? Was not Atma in him? Did not the pristine source spring from his heart? It had to be found. The pristine source in one's own self, it had to be possessed. Everything else was searching, was a detour, was getting lost. Cool questions. And the fact that they like the writer is focusing a bit too much that, or enforcing that Brahmins are the ones who keep knowledge, I think is because he is not an Indian writer. So he like he has an external view. Package number 126. Cool. Yep. Gentoo compiling is clearly skipping the RAM user, and there is utters. Yes, spiking the RAM usage. It is spiking, and that is fine. Shade. The stream. There is a problem with the stream, I guess. But you will have to bear with it. And if the stream, yep. Shade. Can you tell me, out of the 4 people who are there here, when I'm reading this, is it proper? Is the voice and the text, like when I'm going like this, are these matching? Are they in sync or out of sync? Because if they are out of sync, it might not be a good experience. Yes, what yes? Are they out of sync, or is it like adjustable? When I am reading, does it feel fine, or there is some problem? Thus was Siddhartha's thought. This was his thirst. This was his suffering. Even though everyone was acting like the world is finished, like in sync. It's fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. That is cool. I can continue. Often he spoke to himself from Chandogya Upanishad, the words. Okay, these are the words from an Upanishad, so pay attention. Truly, the name of the Brahman is Satyam. Verily, Satyam. He who knows such a thing will enter the heavenly world every day. Truly, Satyam. The name of the Brahman is Satyam. Verily, he who knows such a thing will enter the heavenly world every day. He who knows the truth will enter the heavenly world every day. Often it seemed near the heavenly world, but never he had reached it completely. Never he had quenched the ultimate thirst. And among all the wise and wisest men he knew, and whose instructions he had received, among all of them, there was no one who had reached it completely, the heavenly world, who had quenched it completely, the eternal thirst. Okay. Okay, so he is like in trouble. The people who are his teachers and who are supposed to teach him stuff about the world have already given him everything that they could, and yes, so he is in trouble. He wants to know more. Govinda is Siddhartha's friend. Govinda, Siddhartha spoke to his friend. Govinda, my dear one, come with me under the banyan tree shade. Let's practice meditation. They went to the banyan tree. They sat down. Siddhartha, right here. Govinda, 20 paces away, while putting himself down, ready to speak the Om. Siddhartha repeated, murmuring the verse this. Om is the bow, the arrow is soul, the Brahman is the arrow's target, the one should incidentally hit. That one should incidentally hit. Om is the bow, arrow is the soul. The soul is the thing that is moving. Om is the bow. Om and the Brahman is the arrow's target. Okay, we can like decode this. We can decode this. Brahman is the arrow's target. And what does the Brahman mean? Brahman means someone who knows. Who knows? Like Socrates. Someone like Socrates, you could say. Someone who knows. And that is the target. And whose target? Arrow's target. And arrow is the soul. So soul's target is to know, I guess. And Om is the bow. Bow is the thing that is pushing the arrow. Om is the bow. Om, I think, can be interpreted as, like we do say Om Shanti Shanti. So as peace, patience, or the qualities which are needed to put or push your soul forward to gain knowledge. I think that is interpretation. Cool. After the usual time of the exercise in meditation, after the usual time of exercise in meditation had passed, Govinda rose. The evening had come. It was time to perform the evening's ablution. He called Siddhartha's name. Siddhartha did not answer. Siddhartha sat there, lost in thought. His eyes were rigidly focused towards a very distant target. The tip of his tongue was protruding a little between the teeth. He seemed to not to breathe, Thus sat he wrapped up in the contemplation, thinking Om, his soul sent after Brahman as an arrow. Once summons had travelled through Siddhartha's town, as ascetics on pilgrimage, three skinny, withered, withered men, neither old nor young, with dusty and bloody shoulders, almost naked, scorched by the sun, surrounded by loneliness, strangers and enemies to the world, strangers and lank jackals in the realm of humans. Behind them blew a hot scent of quiet passion, of destructive service, of merciless self-denial. In the evening, after the hour of contemplation, Siddhartha spoke to Govind. Early tomorrow morning, my friend Siddhartha will go to summons. He will become a summoner. Oh shit! I thought summons were like some to summon something. What does this mean? In ancient Indian ascetics who renounced worldly life, what is the like Hindi thing? Saman, samas. Shit, samas. Okay, samas tyag diya, stuff like that. Okay. Govinda turned pale when he heard these words and read the decision in the motionless face of his friend, unstoppable like the arrow shot from the bow. Soon, and with first glance, Govinda realized now it is beginning. Now Siddhartha is taking his own way. Now his fate is beginning to sprout, and with his own, and he turned pale like a dry banana skin. Oh, Siddhartha, he exclaimed, will your father permit you to do that? Siddhartha looked over as if he was just waking up, arrow fast. He read in Govind's soul, read the fear, read the submission. Oh, Govind, he spoke quietly. Let's not waste words. Tomorrow at daybreak, I will begin the life of Saman. How do I pronounce this? Samas. Samas. Samanas. Samas. Okay. I will say pronounce this as Samas. The life of the Samas. Speak no more of it. Siddhartha entered the chamber where his father was sitting on a mat of bast and stepped behind his father and remained standing there until his father felt that someone was standing behind him. Oath, the Brahman, is that you, Siddhartha? Then say what you came to say. Oath, Siddhartha. Oath, Siddhartha. With your permission, my father, I came to tell you that it is my longing to leave your house tomorrow and go to the ascetics. My desire is to become a samas. May my father not oppose this. The Brahman felt silent and remained silent for so long that the stars in the small window wandered and changed their relative positions ere the silence was broken. In silence, silent and motionless, stood the sun with his arms folded. Silent and motionless sat the father on the mat, and the stars raised their paths in the sky. Then spoke the father. Not proper it is for a Brahman to speak harsh and angry words, but indignation is in my heart. I wish not to hear this request for a second time from your mouth. Slowly the Brahman rose. Siddhartha stood silently, his arms folded. What are you waiting for? Asked the father. You know what? Siddhartha said. Indignation. The father left the chamber. Indignant, he went to his bed and lay down. After an hour, since no sleep had come over his eyes, the Brahman stood up, paced to and fro, and left the house. Through the small window of the chamber, he looked back inside and he saw Siddhartha standing, his arms folded, not moving from his spot, pale, shimmered, his bright robe. With anxiety in his heart, the father returned to his bed. After another hour, since no sleep had come over his eyes, the Brahman stood up again, paced to and fro, walked out of his house, and saw that the moon had risen. Through the window of the chamber, he looked back. Inside there stood Siddhartha, not moving from his spot, his arms folded. Moonlight reflected from his bare shins. With worry in his heart, the father went back to bed. And he came back after an hour. He came back after 2 hours. He looked through the small window, saw Siddhartha standing in the moonlight by the light of the stars in the darkness. And he came back to hour after hour silently. He looked into the chamber. He saw him standing in the same place, filled his heart with anger, filled his heart with unrest, filled his heart with anguish, filled it with sadness. And in the night's last hour before the daybreak, he returned, stepped into the room, saw the young man standing there, still standing there, who seemed tall and like a stranger to him. Siddhartha, he spoke, what are you waiting for? You know what? Will you always stand there? Wait, stand that way and wait until it becomes morning, noon, and evening. I will stand and wait. You will become tired, Siddhartha. I will become tired. You will fall asleep, Siddhartha. I will not fall asleep. You will die, Siddhartha. I will die. And would you rather die than obey your father? Siddhartha saw Siddhartha has always obeyed his father. And would you rather die than obey your father? Siddhartha has always obeyed his father. So will you abandon your plan? Siddhartha will do what his father will tell him to do. The first light of the day shone into the room. The Brahmin saw that Siddhartha was trembling softly in his knees. In Siddhartha's face, he saw no trembling. His eyes were fixed on a distant point. Then his father realized that even now Siddhartha no longer dwelt with him in his home, that he had already left him. The father touched Siddhartha's shoulder. You will, he spoke, go into the forest and be a samas. When you will have found blissfulness in the forest, then come back and teach me, be blissful. If you will find a disappointment, then return and tell us once more. Once again, make offerings to the gods together. Go now and kiss your mother. Tell her where you are going to. But for me, it is time to go to the river and perform the first ablution. He took his hand from the shoulder of his son and went outside. Siddhartha wavered to the side as he tried to walk. He put his limbs back under control, bowed to his father, went to his mother to do as his father had said. As he slowly left on the stiff legs on in the first light of the day, he still quiet down. A shadow rose near the last hut, who had crouched there and joined the pilgrim. Govinda, you have come, said Siddhartha and smiled. I have come. This was very good. This was like actually very good. Chapter 1. He wanted to discover something and he could not leave his house without his father's permission, so he just stood there whole night. He just like stood there. He didn't move. He just stood there the whole night. Okay, this is pretty cool. And how long are we in building? It is building. Cool. And the stream has went on for 4 hours 23 minutes. This will be a long stream. The laptop is also getting hot. Okay. With the samas. In the evening of this day, they caught up with the ascetics, the skinny samas, and offered them their companionship and obedience. They were accepted. Siddhartha gave his garments to a poor Brahmin in the street. He wore nothing more than the loincloth and the earth-colored unsewn cloak. He ate only once a day and never something cooked. He fasted for 15 days. He fasted for 28 days. The flesh waned from his thighs and cheeks. Feverish dreams flickered from his enlarged eyes. Long nails grew solely on his parched fingers, and a dry, shaggy beard grew on his chin. His glance turned to ice when he encountered women. His mouth twitched with contempt when he walked through a city of nicely dressed people. He saw merchants trading princes, hunting mourners wailing for their dead, whores offering themselves, physicians trying to help the sick, priests determining the most suitable day for seeding, lovers loving, mothers nursing their children, and all of this was not worthy of one look from his eye. It all lied, it all sang, it all stank of lies, it all pretended to be meaningful and joyful and beautiful, and it was just concealed putrefaction. The world tasted bitter, life was torture. A goal stood before Siddhartha, a single goal: to become empty, empty of thirst, empty of wishing, empty of dreams, empty of joy and sorrow, dead to himself, not to be a self anymore, to find tranquility with an emptied heart, to be open to miracles in unselfish thoughts. That was his goal. Once all of myself was overcome and had died, once more desire and every urge was silent in his heart, then the ultimate part of me had to awake, the innermost of my being, which is no longer myself, the great secret. Silently, Siddhartha exposed himself to burning rays of the sun directly above, glowing with pain, glowing with pain, glowing with thirst, and stood there until he neither felt any pain nor any thirst. Silently, he stood there in the rainy season. From his hair, the water was dripping over freezing shoulders, over freezing hips and legs, and the penitent stood there until he could not feel the cold of his shoulders and legs anymore, until they were silent, until they were quiet. Silently, he cowered, cowered, cowed in the thorny bushes. Blood dripped from his burning skin, from festering wounds, dripped pulse, and Siddhartha stayed motionless until no blood flowed anymore, until nothing stung anymore, until nothing burned anymore. Siddhartha sat upright and learned to breathe sparingly, learned to get along with only few breaths, learned to stop breathing. He learned, beginning with the breath, to calm the beat of his heart, breathing, learned to reduce the beats of his heart until they were only a few and almost none. Instructed by the oldest of the Samas, Siddhartha practiced self-denial, practiced meditation according to a new Samas rule. A heron, heron flew over the bamboo forest, and Siddhartha accepted the heron into his. What is bird? Okay, it is a bird. That is a bird. A heron and a heron flew over the bamboo forest, and Siddhartha accepted the heron into his soul. Flew over forest and mountains, was a heron, ate fish, felt the pangs of a heron's hunger, spoke the heron's croak, died a heron's death, and a dead jackal was lying on the sandy bank, and Siddhartha's soul slipped into the body. Was the dead jackal lay on the banks, got bloated, stank, decayed, and disemboweled, dismembered by hyenas, was skinned by vultures, turned into a skeleton, turned to dust, and blown across the fields. And Siddhartha's soul returned, had died, had decayed, was scattered as dust, had tasted the gloomy intoxication of the cycle, awaited in new thirst, like a hunger in the gap, where he could escape from the cycle, where the end of the chaos is, where an eternity without suffering began. He killed his senses, he killed his memory, he slipped out of his self into thousands of other forms, was an animal, and was Aryan, was stone, was wood, was water, and awoke every time to find his old self again. Sun shone or moon was his self again, turned in round in the circle, felt thirst, overcame the thirst, felt new thirst. Siddhartha learned a lot when he was with the Samas, many ways leading away from the self. He learned to go. He went the way of self-denial by means of pain, through vulnerability, suffering, and overcoming pain, hunger, thirst, tiredness. He went the way of self-denial by meaning of meditation, through imagining the mind to be void of all conceptions. These and other ways to be learned to go. 1,000 times he felt his self for hours and days. He remained in the self, in the non-self, but through the ways led away from the self. Their end, nevertheless, always led back to the self. Though Siddhartha felt from the self 1,000 times, stayed in nothingness, stayed in the animal, in the stone, the return was inevitable. Inescapable was the hour when he found himself back in the sunshine or in the moonlight, in the shade or in the rain, and was once again his self, and Siddhartha and again felt the agony of the cycle which had been forced upon him. By his side lived Govinda. His shadow walked the same path, undertook the same efforts. They rarely spoke to one another then the service and the exercises required. Occasionally, the two of them went through the villages to beg for food for themselves and their teacher. How do you think Govinda Siddhartha spoke one day while begging this way? How do you think did we progress? Did we reach any goals? Govinda answered, we have learned and we will continue learning. You will be a great Samas, Siddhartha. Quickly, you have learned every exercise often. The old Samas have admired you. One day you will be a holy man. Oh, Siddhartha. Quote Siddhartha. Quote Siddhartha. I cannot help but feel that it is not like this, my friend. What I have learned being among Samas up to this day, this, oh Govind, I could have learned more quickly and by simpler means. In every tavern of the part of a town where the whorehouses are, my friend, among carters and gamblers, I could have learned it. Quote Govinda, Siddhartha is putting me on. How could you have learned meditation, holding your breath insensitively against your hunger and pain there amongst these wrecked people? And Siddhartha said quietly, as if he was talking to himself, what is meditation? What is leaving one's body? What is fasting? What is holding one's breath? It is feeling from the self. It is a short escape of the agony of being a self. It is a short numbing of the senses against the pain and the pointlessness of the life. The same escape, the same short numbing is what the driver of an ox cart finds in the inn, drinking a few beers of rice wine or fermented coconut milk. Then he won't feel himself anymore. Then he won't feel the pain of life anymore. Then he finds a short numbing of the senses. When he falls asleep over his bowl of rice wine, he finds the same what Siddhartha and Govinda find when they escape their bodies through long exercises, staying in the non-self. This is how it is, oh Govinda. Quote Govinda. You Govinda, you say so, oh friend, and yet you know that Siddhartha is no driver of an ox cart, and Samas is no drunkard. It is true that a drinker numbs his senses. It is true that he briefly escapes and rests, but he will return from the delusion, finds everything to be unchanged, has not become wiser, has gathered no enlightenment, has not risen several steps. And Siddhartha spoke with a smile. I do not know. I have never been a drunkard, but that is Siddhartha find only a short numbing of the senses in my exercise and meditations, and that I am just afar removed from wisdom, from salvation as a child in the mother's wombs. This I know, O Govinda, this I know. And once again, another time when Siddhartha left the forest together with Govinda to beg for some food in the village for their brothers and teachers, Siddhartha began to speak and said, what now, O Govinda? Might we be on the right path? Might we get closer to enlightenment? Might we get closer to salvation? Or do we perhaps live in a circle? We who have thought we were escaping the cycle. Quote Govinda, we have learned a lot. Siddhartha, there is still much to learn. We are not going around in circles. We are moving up. The circle is a spiral. We have already ascended many a level. Siddhartha answered, how old would you think is our oldest Samas, our venerable teacher? Quote Govinda, our oldest one might be about 60 years of age. And Siddhartha, he has lived for 60 years and has not reached the nirvana. He will turn 70 and 80, and you and me will grow old just as old and do our exercises and fast and will meditate, but we will not reach the nirvana. He won't and we won't. Govinda, I believe out of all the samas out there, perhaps not a single one will reach the nirvana. We find comfort, we find numbness, we learn feats to deceive others, but the most important thing, the path of paths, we will not find. If you only spoke Govinda, wouldn't it speak such terrible words, Siddhartha? How could it be that amongst so many learned men, among so many Brahmins, among so many austere and venerable Samas, among so many who are searching, so many who are eagerly trying, so many holy men, no one will find the path of paths. But Siddhartha said in a voice which contained just as much sadness as mockery, with a quiet and slightly sad, a slightly mocking voice, "Soon, Govinda, your friend will leave the path of the samas. He has walked along your side for so long. I am suffering of thirst, O Govinda, and this long path of samas, my thirst has remained as strong as ever. I always thirsted for knowledge. I have always been full of questions. I have asked Brahmins year after years, and I have asked the holy Vedas year after year, and I have asked the devotee Samas year after year. Perhaps, O Govinda, it has been just as well, had been just as smart and just as profitable if I had asked the hornbill bird or the chimpanzee. It took me a long time and not finished learning this yet. Oh, Govinda, that there is nothing to be learned. There is indeed no such thing. So I believe as what we refer to as learning, there is, oh my friend, just one knowledge. This is everywhere. This is Atma. This is within me and within you and within every creature. And so I am starting to believe that this knowledge has no worse enemy than the desire to know, than learning. And I am starting to believe that this knowledge has no worse enemy than the desire to knowledge. Knowledge has no worse enemy than the desire to knowledge. Timetable, like wake up, do something, eat, do some other thing, and at the end sleep. At this, Govinda stopped on the path, rose his hands, and spoke. If you, Siddhartha, only, and also let me like send this so that you can also read if you want to read. Go along. At this, Govinda stopped on the path, rose his hands, and spoke. If you, Siddhartha, only would not bother your friend with this kind of talk, truly, your words stir up fear in my heart, and just consider what would become of the sanctity of prayer, what of the venerability of the Brahmins caste, what of the holiness of the Samas, if it was as you say, if there was no learning, what, O Siddhartha, what would then become of all this? What is holy, what is precious, what is venerable on earth? And Govinda murmured a verse to himself, a verse from Upanishad. He who ponderingly of a purified soul loses himself in the meditation of Atma, unexpressible by words, is his blissfulness of his heart. But Siddhartha remained silent. He thought about the words which Govinda had said to him and thought the words through to their end. Yes, he thought, standing there with his head low, what would remain of all that which seemed to us to be holy? What remains? What can stand the test? And he shook his head. At one time, when two young men had lived among the Samas for about 3 years and had shared their exercises, some news, a rumor, a myth reached them after being retold many times. A man had appeared, Gautama, by the name the Exaled One, the Buddha. He had overcome the suffering of the world in himself and had halted the cycle of rebirths. He was said to wander through the land teaching, surrounded by disciples, without possession, without home, without a wife, in the yellow cloak of an ascetic, but with a cheerful bow. A man of bliss, and Brahmins and princes would bow down before him and would become his student. This myth, this rumor, this legend resounded. Its fragrance rose up here and there in the towns. The Brahmins spoke of it in the forest and samans. Again and again, the name of Gautama the Buddha reached the earth. Buddha means the known one, the one who knows, the awoken one. Reached the ears of young men with good and with bad talk, with praise and with defamation. It was as if the plague had broken out in a country and news had been spreading around that in one or another place there was a man, a wise man, a knowledgeable man, whose word and breath was enough to heal everyone who had infected with pestilence, who had been infected with pestilence. As such news would go through the land and everyone would talk about it. Many would believe, many would doubt, but many would go on their way as soon as possible to seek the wise man, the helper. Just like this myth ran through the land, the fragrant myth of Gautama the Buddha, the wise man of the family of Sakya. He possessed, so the believers said, the highest enlightenment. He remembered his previous lives. He had reached the nirvana and never returned into the cycle. He was never again submerged in the murky rivers of physical forms. Many wonderful and unbelievable things were reported of him. He had performed miracles, had overcome the devil, had spoken to the gods, but his enemies and disbelievers said this Gautama was a vain sed- seducer who spent his days in luxury, scorned the offerings, was without learning, and knew neither exercise nor self castigation. The myth of Buddha sounded sweet. The scent of magic flowed from these reports. After all, the world was sick, life was sick, life was hard to bear, and behold, here a source seemed to spring forth, here a messenger seemed to call out, comforting, mild, full of noble promises. Everywhere where the rumor of Buddha was heard, everywhere in the lands of India, the young men listened up, felt a losing, felt hope, and among the Brahmins, son of the towns and villages, every pilgrim and stranger was welcome. When he brought news of him, the exiled one, the Sakyamuni, the myth had also reached the Samas in the forest, and also Siddhartha, also Govinda, slowly drop by drop, every drop laden with hope, every drop laden with doubt. They rarely talked about it because the oldest one of the Samas did not like this myth. He had heard that this alleged Buddha used to be an ascetic before and had lived in the forest, but had then turned back to luxury and worldly pleasures, and he had no high opinion of this Gautama. Oh, Siddhartha, Govinda spoke one day of his friend. Today I was in the village, and a Brahman invited me into his house, and in his house there was the son of Brahman from Mangada, who had seen the Buddha with his own eyes and had heard him teach. Verily, verily, verily means Satyam. This made my chest ache when I breathed and thought to myself, if only I would too, if only we both would too. Siddhartha, me and live to see the hour when we will hear the teachings from the mouth of this perfected man. Speak, friend, wouldn't we want to go there too and listen to the teachings from the Buddha's mouth? Quote Siddhartha. Always, oh Govinda, I had thought Govinda would stay with the Samas. Always, I had believed this goal was to live to be 60 and 70 years of age, to keep practicing those feats and exercises which are becoming a Samas. But shit, this is a good line. They left the world and started practicing exercises and meditation, and these exercises and meditations started to become the things that they left behind, which were becoming samas. But behold, I had not known Govinda well enough. I knew little of his heart. So now my faithful friend want to take a new path and go there where the Buddha spreads his teachings. Quote Govinda, you are mocking me. Mock me if you like, Siddhartha, but have you not also developed a desire and eagerness to hear these teachings? And have you not at one time said to me you would not walk the path of samas for much longer? At this, Siddhartha laughed in his very own manner, in which his voice assumed a touch of sadness and a touch of mockery, and said, well, Siddha, well, Govinda, you have spoken well and you have remembered correctly. If you only remembered the other things as well you have heard from me, which is that I have grown distrustful and tried against teachings and learnings, and that my faith in words which are brought to us by teachers is small. But let's do it, my dear. I am willing to listen to these teachings through in my heart, though in my heart I believe that we have already tasted the best fruit of these teachings. Govinda, quote Govinda, your willingness desire delights my heart, but tell me, how should this be possible? How should the Gautam's teachings, even before we heard them, have already revealed their best fruit to us? Quote Siddhartha, let us eat this fruit and wait for the rest. Oh Govinda, but this fruit, which we already now receive thanks to Gautama, consisted in him calling us away from the samas, where he has also other and better things to give us. Oh friend, let us await with calm hearts. On this very same day, Siddhartha informed the oldest one of the samas of his decision that he wanted to leave him. He informed the oldest one with all the courtesy and modesty becoming to a younger one and a student. But the samas became angry because the two young Men wanted to leave him and talked loudly and used cursed swear words. Govinda was startled and became embarrassed, but Siddhartha put his mouth close to Govinda's ears and whispered to him, "Now I want to show the old man that I have learned something from him." Positioning himself closely in the front of the Samas with a concentrated soul, he captured the old man's glance with his glances, deprived him of his power, made him mute, took away his free will, subdued him under his own will, commanded him to do silently whatever he demanded him to do. The old man became mute, his eyes became motionless, his will was paralyzed, his arms became hanging down. Without power, he had fallen victim to Siddhartha's spell, but Siddhartha's thoughts brought the Samas under their control. He had to carry out what they commanded, and thus the old man made several bows, performed gestures of blessing, spoke stammeringly, a godly wish for a good journey, and the young man returned the bows with thanks, returned the wish, went on their way with salutations. On the way, Govinda said, "Oh Siddhartha, you have learned more from the Samas than I knew. It is hard. It is very hard to cast a spell on an old Samas. Truly, if you had stayed there, you would have learned to walk on water." "I do not seek to walk on water," said Siddhartha. "Let old Samas be content with such feats." That is cool. This is still building. Okay, so now Siddhartha is going with his friend to meet Gautam. And Gautam is like Gautam Buddha. Interaction time, I guess. This is still building. We don't even know how much progress this has made. And let me go to the washroom. I will be right back in 1 minute. Bye. Still building, and yes, is pretty cool. Reading Siddhartha by Harman Hessewan, and if I change the color of this text, select font is fine. Yes, color. That did not change anything. That did change something. Why are there like two colors? Chat log lines. Okay, I guess red is fine. Red makes sense, I guess. Cool. Now, in the town of Saruta, every child knew the name of the exalted Buddha, and every house was prepared to fill the alms alms dish of Gautama's disciples, the silently begging ones. Near the town was Gautama's favorite place to stay, the grove of Jetavan, with which the rich merchant Anantapindik, an obedient worshipper of the exalted one, had given him and his people for a gift. All tales and answers which two young ascetics had received in their search for Gautama's abode had pointed them towards this area, and arriving at Savati, Savati, in the very first house before the door, which they stopped to beg, food had been offered to them, and they accepted the food. And Siddhartha asked the woman who handed them the food, "We would like to know, O charitable one, where the Buddha dwells, the most venerable one, for we are two samas from the forest and have come to see him, the perfect one, and to hear the teachings from his mouth." Quote the woman, "Here you have truly come to the right place. You samas from the forest, you should know, in Jetawan, in the garden of An- Anthapindik. Anthapindik is where the exaled one dwells. There you pilgrims shall spend the night, and there is enough space for innumerable who flock here to hear the teachings from his mouth." This made Govinda happy and full of joy. He exclaimed, "Well, so thus we have reached our destination and our path has come to an end. But tell us, O mother of pilgrims, do you know him? The Buddha, have you seen him with your own eyes?" Quote the woman, "Many times I have seen him, the exalted one. On many days I have seen him walking through the alleys in the silence, wearing his yellow cloak, presenting his alms dish in the silence at the doors of the house, leaving with a fist dish. Delightedly, delightedly, Govinda listened and walked and wanted to ask and hear much more, but Siddhartha urged him to walk on. They thanked and left, and hardly had to ask for directions, for rather many pilgrims and monks as well from Gautama's community were on their way to the Jetawan, and since they reached it at night, there were constant arrivals, shouts, and talks of those who sought shelter and got it. The two Samas, accustomed to the life in the forest, found quickly and without making any noise a place to stay and rest there until the morning. At sunrise, they saw with astonishment what a large crowd of believers and curious people had spent the night there. On all parts of the marvelous grove, monks walked in yellow robes under the tree. They sat here and there in deep contemplation or in a conversation about spiritual matters. The shady gardens, and looked like a city full of people bustling like bees. The majority of the monks went out with their alms dish to collect food in town for their lunch, the only meal for the day. The Buddha himself, the enlightened one, was also in the habit of taking his walked back in the morning. Siddhartha saw him, and he instantly recognized him as if a god had pointed him out to him. He saw him, a simple man in yellow robe, bearing the alms dish in his hand, walking silently. "Look here," Siddhartha said to Govinda. This one is the Buddha." Alternatively, Govinda looked at the monk in the yellow robe, who seemed to be in no way different from the hundreds of other monks, and Govinda also realized this is the one, and they followed him and observed him. The Buddha went on his way modestly and deep in his thoughts. His calm face was neither happy nor sad. It seemed to smile quietly and inwardly, with a hidden smile, quite calm and somewhat resembling a healthy child. The Buddha wore the robe, and placed his feet just as all of his monks did, according to a precise rule. His face his face and his walk, his quietly lowered glance, his quietly dangling hand, and even every finger of his quietly dangling hand expressed peace, expressed perfection, did not search, did not intimate. Breathe softly in an unwithering calm, in an unwithering light, and untouchable peace. Thus Gautama walked towards the town to collect alms, and the two Samas recognized him solely from the perfection of his calm, by the quietness of his appearance, in which there was no searching, no desire, no limitation, no effort to be seen, only light and peace. "Today we will hear the teachings from his mouth," said Govinda. Siddhartha did not answer. He felt like little curiosity for the teachings. He did not believe that they would teach him anything new, but he had, just as Govinda had heard the contents of this Buddha's teachings again and again. Though these reports only represented second or third hand information, but alternatively he looked at Gautama's head, his shoulders, his feet, his quietly dangling hand, and it seemed to him as if every joint of his every finger of every joint of every finger of his hand was these teachings. He spoke of breath, breathed of, exhaled the fragment of glistened of truth. This man, this Buddha, was truly down to the gesture of the last finger. This man was holy. Never before Siddhartha had venerated a person so much. Never before he loved a person as much as this one. They both followed the Buddha until they reached the town and then returned in silence, for they themselves intended to abstain from this duty. They saw Gautama returning where what he ate could not even have satisfied a bird's appetite, and they saw him retiring into the shade of mango trees. So he doesn't eat. But in the evening, when the heat cooled down and everyone in the camp started to bustle about and gather around, they heard the Buddha teaching. They heard his voice, and it was also perfected, was of perfect calmness, was of peace, was full of peace. Gautama taught the teachings of suffering, of the origin of sufferings, of the way to relieve suffering, calmly and clearly. His quiet speech flowed on. Suffering was life, full of suffering was the world, but salvation from suffering had been found. Salvation was obtained by him who would walk the path of the Buddha. With a soft yet firm voice, the exhaled one soft taught the four main doctrines, taught the eightfold path. Patiently he went in the usual way of teachings, of the examples, of the repetition. Brightly and quietly his voice hovered over the listeners like a light, like a starry sky. When the Buddha night had already fallen, when the Buddha night had already fallen, ended his speech, many a pilgrim stepped forward and asked to be accepted into the community, sought refuge in the teachings, and Buddha accepted them by speaking, "You have heard the teachings well, it has come to you well. Thus join us and walk in holiness to put an end to all suffering." Behold, then Govinda, the shy one, also stepped forward and spoke. "I also take my refuge in the exiled one and his teachings." And he accepted to be accepted. He asked to be accepted in the community of his disciples and was accepted right afterwards. When Buddha had retired for the night, Siddhartha to Govinda turned to Siddhartha and spoke eagerly. "Siddhartha, it is not my own place to expound you. We have both heard the exhaled one. We have both received the teachings. Has heard the teachings, and he has taken refuge in it. But you, my honored friend, don't you also want to walk the path of salvation? Would you want to hesitate? Do you want to wait any longer?" Siddhartha awakened as if he had been asleep when he heard Govinda's words. For a long time he looked into Govinda's face. Then he spoke quietly in a voice without mockery. "Govinda, my friend, now have taken this step, and now you have chosen this path always. Oh Govinda, you have, my friend, you have always walked one step behind me. Often I have thought, won't Govinda for once also take a step by himself without me, out of his own soul? Behold, now you have turned into a man and are choosing your own path for yourself. I wish that you would go it up to its end, oh my friend, that you shall find salvation." Govinda, not completely understanding it yet, repeated his question and in an impatient tone. "Speak up, I beg you, my friend. Tell me, since it could not be any other way, that you also, my learned friend, will take your refuge with the exiled Buddha." Siddhartha placed his hand on Govinda's shoulder. "You failed to hear my good wish for you, oh Govinda. I am repeating it. I wish that you would go this path up to its end, and you shall find salvation." In this moment, Govinda realized that his friend had left him and he started to weep. "Siddhartha," he exclaimed lamentingly. Yep, like of course. 5 hours. Okay, let's go. Siddhartha kindly spoke to him. Don't forget, Govinda, that you are now one of the Samas of the Buddha. You have renounced your home and your parents, renounced your birth and possessions, renounced your free will, renounced all friendship. This is what the teachings require. This is what the exiled one wants. This is what you wanted for yourself. Tomorrow, oh Govinda, I will leave you. For a long time, the friends continued walking in the grove. For a long time, they lay there and found no sleep. And over again, Govinda urged his friend he should tell him why he would not want to seek refuge in Gautama's teachings, what fault he would find in these teachings. But Siddhartha turned him away every time and said, "Be content, Govinda. Very good are the teachings of the exiled one. How could I find fault in him?" Very early in the morning, a follower of Buddha, one of his oldest monks, went through the garden and called all those men who had, as novices, taken their refuge in the teachings to dress them up in the yellow robe and to instruct them in the first teachings and duties of their position. Then Govinda broke loose, embraced once again his childhood friend, and left with novices. But Siddhartha walked through the grove, lost in thought. Then he happened to meet Gautama, the exiled one, and when he greeted him with respect and the Buddha's glance was full of kindness and calm, the young man summoned his courage and asked the venerable one for his permission to talk to him. Silently, the exiled one nodded his approval. Quote Siddhartha, "Yesterday, O exiled one, I have been privileged to hear your wondrous teachings together with my friend. I have come from afar to hear your teachings, and now my friend is going to stay with your people. He has taken his refuge with you, but I will again start my privilege. As you please." The venerable one spoke politely. "Too bold is my speech," Siddhartha continued, "but I do not want to leave the exiled one without having honestly told him my thoughts. But it pleases the venerable one to listen to me for one moment longer silently." With the Buddha needed his approval. Quote Siddhartha, "One thing, oh most venerable one, I have admitted in my teachings most of all. Everything in your teaching is perfectly clear and proven. You are presenting the world as a perfect chain, a chain which is never nowhere broken, an eternal chain, the links of which are cause and effects. Never before this has been so clearly, never before this has been presented so irrefutably, totally, truly. The heart of every Brahman has to beat stronger with love once he has seen the world through your teachings, perfectly connected, without gaps, with clear as a crystal, not depending on chance, not depending on gods, whether it may be good or bad, whether living according to it would be suffering or joy. I do not wish to discuss, possibly this is not essential, but the uniformity of the world, that everything which happens is connected, that the great and the small things are all encompassed by the same forces, by the time and the same law of causes of coming into being and of dying. This is what shines brightly out of your exalted teachings, oh perfected one. But according to your very own teachings, this unity and necessary sequence of all things is nevertheless broken in one place through a small gap. This world of unity is invaded by something alien, something new, something which had not been there before, and which cannot be demonstrated and cannot be proven. These are your teachings of overcoming the world of salvation. But with this small gap, with this small breach, the entire eternal and uniform law of the world is breaking apart again and becoming void. Please give me expression for this objection. But according to your own teachings, this unity and necessary sequence of all things is nevertheless broken in one place through a small gap. This world of unity is invaded by something alien, something new, something which had not been there before and which cannot be demonstrated and cannot be proven. These are your teachings of overcoming the world of salvation. But with this small gap, okay, everything breaks apart quietly. Gautama had listened to him unmoved. Now he spoke, the perfected one, with his kind and with his polite and clear voice. "You have heard the teachings, O son of Brahman, and good for you that you have thought about it thus deeply. You have found a gap in it, an error. You should think about this further, but be warned, O seeker of knowledge, of the ticket of opinions and of arguing about words. There is nothing to opinions. They may be beautiful or ugly, smart or foolish. Everyone can support them or discard them, but the teachings you have heard from me are no opinion, and their goal is not to explain the world of those to those who seek knowledge. They have a different goal. Their goal is salvation from suffering. This is what Gautama teaches, nothing else. Building. This is still building. Yep. Oops. This is still building. And let's get back to reading. 7 GB of RAM, CPU. The hole is not being used. That should have been changed. Cool. Let's get back to reading. I wish that you, O exiled one, would not be angry with me, said the young man. I have not spoken to you like this to argue with you, to argue about words. You are truly right. There is little to opinions, but let me say this one more thing. I have not doubted in you for a single moment. I have not doubted for a single moment that you are Buddha, that you have reached the goal, the highest goal, towards which so many thousands of Brahmins and sons of Brahmins are on their way. You have found salvation from death. It has come to you in the course of your own search, on your own path, through thoughts, through meditation, through realizations, through enlightenment. It has not come to you by means of teachings. And thus is my thought, O exiled. Nobody will obtain salvation by means of teachings. You will not be able to convey and say to anybody, or O venerable one, in words and thoughts and through teaching what has happened to you in the hour of enlightenment. The teachings of the enlightened Buddha contain much. It teaches many to live righteously, to avoid evil, but there is one thing which these so clear, these so venerable teachings do not contain. They do not contain the mystery of what the exiled one has experienced for himself. He also among hundreds of thousands. This is what I have thought and realized when I have heard the teachings. This is why I am continuing my travels, not to seek other better teachings, for I know there are none, but to depart from all teachings and all teachers, and to reach my goal by myself, or to die. But often I will think of this day, O exaled one, and of this hour when my eyes behold a holy man. The Buddha's eyes quietly looked to the ground, quietly in perfect equanimity, equanimity, equanimity. This inscrutable face was smiling. I wish, the Venerable One spoke slowly, that your thoughts shall not be in error, that you shall reach the goal. But tell me, have you seen the multitude of my samas, my many brothers who have taken refuge in the teachings? And do you believe, O stranger, O samas, do you believe that it would be better for them all to abandon the teachings and return into the life that the world would desire? Back into life, the world and of desires. Life of world and of desires. Far as much far is such a thought from my mind, exclaimed Siddhartha. I wish that they shall stay with the teachings, that they shall reach their goal. This is not my place to judge another person's life for only for myself alone. I must decide, I must choose, I must refuse. Salvation from the self is what we samas search for. Oh, exiled one, if I merely were one of your disciples, O venerable one, I would fear that it might happen to me that only seemingly, only deceptively myself would be calm and be redeemed, but that is in truth would live on and grow. For then I had replaced myself with teachings and duty to follow you, my love for you, and the community of monks. With half a smile, with a unwavering openness and kindness, Gautama looked into the stranger's eye and bid him leave with a hardly noticeable gesture. You are wise, O Samana, the venerable one. You know how to talk wisely, my friend. Be aware of too much wisdom. The Buddha turned away, and his glance and half of a smile remained forever etched in Siddhartha's memory. I have never seen such a person glance and smile and sit and walk this way, he thought. Truly, I wish to be able to glance and smile, sit and walk this way too, thus free, thus venerable, thus concealed, thus open, the childlike and mysterious. Truly, only a person who has succeeded in the innermost, teaching the innermost part of his self would glance and walk this way. Well, so I also will seek to reach the innermost part of myself. I saw a man, Siddhartha thought, a single man before whom I would have to lower my glass. I do not want to lower my glass before any other, not before any other. No teachings will entice me anymore, since this man's teachings have not enticed me. I am deprived by the Buddha, thought Siddhartha. I am deprived, and even more, he has given to me. He has deprived me of my friend, the one who believed in me and now believes in him, who had been my shadow and is now Cosma's shadow. But he has given me Siddhartha, myself, still compiling. Okay, I guess, well, I will not, of course, not stop streaming. I will just get to my supplies in a minute. Water and maybe something to eat would be nice, would be pretty cool. Once again, let me check some stuff. Cool. Yep, I'll be right back in 1 minute, I guess. And I'm back. Cool. Okay, and cool. It is like going Google. This is compiling. I will eat something. This has been a long stream, and yep, it is like still compiling. The operating system is compiling at this point. I think the operating system, along with everything that we said that should be compiled. Right now, it is LLVM. Yes, it is just compiling. Me watching my code compiling, and you watching me. Easy stuff. Wait, is your camera is working? Cool. And this is going to take quite some time because look at this. There are 3,815 files to be compiled and 1,419 have been compiled. Yep. Quite a long way to go. I guess we will complete this whole book. Herman Hesse, Siddhartha. since we will we will just get back to reading like in a minute. I will just fill myself up eating process. Cool. Okay. Now back to reading. While the operating system is compiling, which could actually take like 5 hours to do. Like, no kidding, it could actually take 5 hours. Okay, awakening. So Siddhartha has met Gautama Siddhartha and Gautam have met. When Siddhartha left the grove, when the Buddha, the perfected one, stayed behind, where Govinda stayed behind, then he felt that in this grove, his past life had also stayed behind and parted from him. He pondered about this sensation which filled him completely as he was slowly walking along. He pondered deeply, like when diving into a deep water. He let himself sink down to the ground of the sensation, down to the place where the causes lie. Because to identify the causes, so it seemed to him, is the very essence of thinking, and by this alone, sensations turned into realizations and are not lost, but become entities and start to emit like rays of light what is inside of them. Slowly walking along, Siddhartha pondered. He realized that he was no youth anymore, but had turned into a man. He realized that one thing that had left him, as a snake is left by his old skin, that one thing no longer existed in him, which has accompanied him throughout his youth and used to be part of him, the wish to have teachers and to listen to teachers. He had also left the last teacher who has appeared to him, even him, the highest and wisest teacher, the most holy one, Buddha. He had left him, and to part with him was not able to accept his teachings. Slower he walked along in his thoughts and asked himself, but what is this? What do you have sought to learn from the teachers and from teachers, and what they have taught you much were still unable to teach you, and he found it was the self, the purpose and essence of which I sought to learn. It was the self I wanted to free myself from, and which I sought to overcome. But I was not able to overcome it because only it could only deceive, could only flee from it, only hide from it. Truly, nothing in this world has kept my thoughts and thus busy as this my very own self, this mystery of me being alive, of me being one and being separated and isolated from all others, of me being Siddhartha, and there is nothing in this world I know less about me than about Siddhartha. Okay, cool. 1 second. Okay. And we will just like keep doing this. A lot of thoughts are coming into my mind. Maybe I should like stop this stream. This seems stupid. This looks stupid, but no. Having been pondered while slowly walking along, he now stopped as these thoughts caught hold of him, and right away another thought sprang forth from these, a new thought, which was that I know nothing about myself, that Siddhartha has remained thus alien and unknown to me, stems from one cause, a single cause. I was afraid of myself. I was fleeing from myself. I searched Atma, I searched Brahman. I was willing to dissect myself and peel off all of its layers to find the core of all the peels in its unknown interior, the Atma, the life, the divine part, the ultimate part. But I have lost myself in the process. Siddhartha opened his eyes and looked around. A smile filled his face, and a feeling of awakening from long dreams flowed through him, from his head down to his toes. And it was not long before he walked again, and walked quietly like a man who knows what he has got to do. Oh, he thought, after taking a deep breath, now I would not let Siddhartha escape from me again. No longer I want to begin my thoughts and my life with Atma and with the suffering of the world. I do not want to kill and dissect myself any longer to find a secret behind the ruins. Neither Veda, Yoga Veda shall teach me anymore, nor Artha Veda, nor the ascetics, nor any kind of teachings. I want to learn from myself, want to be my student, want to get to know myself, the secret of Siddhartha. He looked around as if he was seeking, as if he was seeing the world for the first time. Beautiful was the world, colorful was the world, strange and mysterious was the world. Here was blue, here was yellow, here was green, the sky and the river flowed, the forest and the mountains were rigid, all of it was beautiful, all of it was mysterious and magical, and in its midst was he, Siddhartha, the awakening one, on the path to himself. All this yellow and blue, river and forest entered Siddhartha for the first time the eyes, through the eyes, and was longer a spell of Mara. Mara was no longer the while of Maya, and no longer a pointless and coincidental diversity of mere appearances, despicable to the deeply thinking Brahman who scorns diversity, who seeks unity. Blue was blue, river was river, and if also in the blue and the river in Siddhartha's singular and divine lived hidden, so it was still that very divinity's way and purpose to be here yellow, here blue, there sky, there forest, and here Siddhartha. The purpose and the essential properties were not somewhere behind the things, they were in them, in everything. How deaf and stupid I have been, thought, walking swiftly along with someone reads a text. When someone reads a text wants to discover its meaning, he will not scorn the symbols and letters and call them deceptions, coincidences, and worthless. Well, but he will read them, he will study and love them letter by letter. But I, who wanted to read the book of the world and the book of my own being, I have, for the sake of a meaning I have anticipated before I read, scorned the symbols and letters. I called the visible world a deception, called my eyes and my tongue coincidental and worthlessness, forms without substance. No, this is over. I have awakened. I have indeed awakened, and I have not been born before this very day. In thinking these thoughts, Siddhartha stopped once again, suddenly, as if there was a snake lying from him, dead, lying in front of him on the path. Yep, like, of course, of course. That is going to take quite some time. In thinking these thoughts, Siddhartha stopped once again, suddenly, as if there was a snake lying in front of him, because suddenly he had also become aware of this. He who was indeed like someone who had just woken up, or like a newborn baby, he had to start his life anew and start again at the very beginning. When he had left in this very morning from the grove Jetavana, the grove of that exalted one, already awakening, already on the path towards himself. He had every intention regarded as natural, and took for granted that he, after years as an aesthetic, would return to his home and his father. But now, only in this moment, when he stopped, as if a snake was lying on his path, he also awoke to the realization, but I am no longer the one I was. I am no ascetic anymore. I am not a priest anymore. I am no Brahman anymore. Whatever should I do at the home and at my father's place, study, make offering, practice meditation, but all this is over. All of this is no longer outside my path. Motionless, Siddhartha remained standing there, and for the time, for one moment and breath, his heart felt cold. He felt a cold in his chest, as a small animal, a bird or a rabbit would, when seeing how alone he was. For many years he had been without home and had felt nothing. Now he felt it. Still, even in the deepest meditation, he had been his father's son and been a Brahmin of a high caste, a cleric. Now he was nothing but Siddhartha, the awoken one. Nothing else was left deeply. He inhaled, and for a moment he felt cold and shivered. Nobody was thus alone as he was. There was no problem, no nobleman who did not belong to the nobleman, no worker that did not belong to the workers, and found refuge with them, shared their life, spoke their language. No Brahman who would not be regarded as a Brahman and lived with them. No ascetic who would find his refuge in the castle of the Samas. And even the most forlorn hermit in the forest was not just one and alone. He was also surrounded by a place he belonged to. He also belonged to a caste in which he was born. Govinda had become a monk, and 1,000 monks were his brothers, who wore the same robe as he, believed in his faith, spoke his language. But he, Siddhartha, where did he belong to? With whom would he share his life? Whose language would he speak? Out of this moment, when the world melted away all around him, when he stood alone like a star in the sky, out of this moment of a cold and despair, Siddhartha emerged, more a self than before, more firmly concentrated. He felt this had been the last tremor of the awakening, the last struggle of this birth, and it was no longer. It was not long until he walked again in long strides, started to proceed swiftly and impatiently, heading no longer for home, no longer to his father, no longer back. Okay, and that was part one. It was pretty cool. It was actually pretty cool. What happened to Nix? Nix is still there. Wait, shit. The camera is like in my face. And is there a lag? Let me hide the text now. Nix OS is still there. Shit, I was in the Nix folder directory. Here, Nix OS is there, which has replaced Homebrew. And the thing that I'm waiting for right now is this. I thought Gentoo just like downloads the stuff, the packages, but I had no idea that Gentoo builds everything from scratch. So Gentoo is building everything from scratch, and I have to wait. I cannot stop till it builds everything. So yep, for time pass, I guess. Yep. Shit. I think it was a crucial piece of information. I should have known beforehand. Messed up. Maybe you can help. Maybe you can help. And I don't even know what this is building. I guess this is building LLVM. And there are 3,815 things that need to be built, and 1,586 have been built. And every single one is taking like more than 10 seconds. And you compile from source. What else would you compile from? Just remember that you shit use Jade. Okay, shit. This is happening inside Qemu. This is not happening on my local machine. This is happening inside this Qemu system. And when I booted this, I gave it 4 CPUs, 4 CPU cores to work with, and it is using 4 of them fully. But if I were to stop, Qemu can take as many. I started this virtual machine by giving 4 host cores to this. But if I were to stop this, then all the progress that is made will go away. That is what we call sunken cost fallacy. This is, and this build is building from the live boot. So yep, I made the partitions, and this is now building in the actual like hard disk, virtual hard disk. So if I were to stop, then we would have to start from scratch again, which is bad. Just calc for Qemu and use that. Qemu can take like, I can give it 8 CPUs, but I would have to stop this. And I was pretty sure that there is some parameter for Gentoo to allow it to use more CPU. Yes, there is, but to do that, I would have to stop this, which I should not stop. And no desktop. It is building desktop environment because I must have desktop environment, because the goal, yep, don't stop. Because the goal here is streaming till I set up Gentoo for Codeforces. I have to submit a Codeforces problem for which I do need a browser. I would have to build a desktop environment for this. Yeah. Thank you for my good luck. And I guess in the meantime, now I would like to try Hack me. Nope. Codeforces does not have CLI. Codeforces does not have CLI. It would be cool if Codeforces had CLI. People would like do, I guess, attacks there. They would just keep sending stuff, submitting for CLI. Does not have a CLI team, but the community has developed several high-quality, widely used command line tools to interact with the platform. Okay, Codeforces CLI, one of the most popular tools, originally by XALang. It allows you to fetch problem samples and test locally and submit solutions from. Okay, my bad. Codeforces does not have a like original one, but people have done it. Wait, what do you mean? Top chat to live chat. Codeforces does have CLI, so we won't hash close it. Shit, we won't need to build all of this. Top. Ah, shit. Shit. I have been streaming for like, shit, for quite some time. And I never knew. Never knew. Shit. Okay, that is crazy. Shit. That is actually crazy. Okay. We can use the Codeforces CLI tool. Okay, send some link. Let's see. And moderation is off. I think moderation is off. I said, okay, shit, it is not visible. Links are still not visible. So nano is there. It does have GCC. GCC to submit. Wait. CF tool, one of the most. Nano is there, yep. I don't even have to run C code. I just have to submit it somehow. And yep, we do have this program, Linux GNU G++. It is building all of these things. Yep, where you can write solution and test. Yep. The problem is submitting. Yep, I will let this one finish. The problem is submitting. For submitting, build CF2. Yes, I would be done. Otherwise, I would be sitting here all day. CF2. And this is written in Go. Okay. Okay. Yes, we will be using this. We will be using this. Yeah. Parallelly, I wouldn't know how to like, stop this. This is working. This is like going on in Qemu, but also Qemu is using as much as it can for building. One 120 commits written in Go. Go compiler, Go lang. In live boot. You don't have a system to do things parallelly. Okay, in live boot we don't have a system to do stuff parallelly. Okay. And also I think there are also no different TTYs in live boot. Shit. Add as moderator like so there. Managing moderator, standard moderator can review, remove chat messages and hide put users, can manage block keywords. Standard moderator. Now can you send links? Okay, let's go. Copy. It is building. Check. Let's go. It is useless link, but it works. Okay, this is the guy who made it. Here. It's like Codeforces tool is a command line tool for Codeforces. It is written in Golang without any browser driver, and it is fast, small, about 7 MBs, cross-platform, macOS, Linux, everything. You can find source code, and binary files. Okay, you can download the tool from release. Okay, so I think we can even download it from release pages. Download the zip for Linux 64, but what hardware architecture? My hardware architecture is ARM 64, and this probably is not for ARM and is for x86. Yep, we like cannot see, but shit, let me show you. Let me like, I have something up my sleeve. Yeah, no, I won't be like reading book now. Good, but I would have to build the Go compiler first before building this. Yanking the binary. I would like to see for what thing this binary is for. Gira. It should like come right about now. There you go. Java version. hashing cf. This is, yep, this is written for x86 GCC. Golang, let's go. Let's see. We can select this and we can get back the binary, like get back the assembly for this binary. This is pretty cool. Where is it? Shit. Launching tool. Analyze. Okay. Decompiler. This will get the code. And shit. This might, yes, this is also taking a lot of CPU heater, and there's like, okay, it is about to be done. Yep, cool. Let's go. Decompiler to decompile the whole binary back. Yeah, yes, pretty cool. Stop. So while this is building, we will see try hack me. Okay, it is loading up. 1900 things built out of shit. Okay, we are like halfway there. And why is it taking so much time? tryhackme.com. Okay, yes, there is some problem with it. Tryhackme. Monkey type is working fine. It will keep on building. Tryhackme not working. It is working. Cool. Let's check out Tryhackme. Yeah. Computer science basics, acquire the basic knowledge, then security path. Sure, we can actually get a certificate for this re-security. Very basics, okay. From, this is the roadmap. From fundamental principles to advanced techniques, this roadmap provides clear steps and essential resources for you to build a robust skill set. Okay, and after the computer science basics, security, cybersecurity fundamentals, there are different career skills that we could take. What is next? Paths. Red team walkthroughs. Maybe we can even do a CTF. That would be cool. Actually cool. To do a catch the flag. Let's see this. Shit, this is long. Start learning. Introduction to attack or defend any technology. You first need to understand what powers it. Explore computers basic. Write your first lines of code and discover how networking, the web, and real world cyber attacks all connect. First, cyber security journey starts here. Offensive security intro to cyber security, networking fundamentals, the web inside a computer system, computer fundamentals, operating system basics for different operating systems, software basics, data encoding, Python, JavaScript, database, SQL, attacks and defenses, the CIA triad. Shit, CIA triad was something like something real. Hello, Gentoo is a, you could say, distribution for Linux, just like Arch or Mint or Ubuntu, but Gentoo is different. Gentoo is special because Gentoo only comes with the Linux kernel and a package manager. That is what I thought, but Gentoo is even more special because Gentoo builds everything. Gentoo does not download the binary. Gentoo builds everything. So here we have the operating system. I guess something is building here. We have the whole operating system which is building, and this could take a lot of hours, a long time to complete. 6 hours, okay, longest stream by me. And while it is building, we have to spend time doing something. So I guess we will just learn about cyber security. Before cyber security, we went through this. And shit, why is internet slow? We were reading a book. It is very interesting, but also very painful. I have to sit here all day. And somehow the camera is like going into my face. Let me fix that. Cool. Okay, the shit. We were reading this book, Siddhartha Harman Hesse, and this was pretty cool. Pretty cool. We read like this whole first part. We read this first part, and yeah, not the second one. Shit, Govinda comes back later on. Govinda is Siddhartha's friend. They have been friends since childhood in the book. Okay, let's go through cybersecurity now. Like, we don't have anything special to do. Why not this? Cool. What is offensive security? There are different tasks in this. Okay, on offensive security introduction, hack your first website legally in a safe and okay, we are going to hack. This will take 15 minutes. We are going to hack something. Save room. To outsmart a hacker, you need to think like one. Okay. This is the core of offensive security. It involves breaking into computers, exploiting software bugs, and finding loopholes in applications to gain unauthorized access. The goal is to understand hacker tactics and enhance your system defenses. Okay, so hack yourself before they hack you, something like this. Beginning your learning journey. In this Try Hack Me lesson, you will be guided through hacking. Cool. In this Try Hack Me lesson, you will be guided through hacking your first website in a legal and safe environment. The goal is to show how an ethical hacker operates. Okay, we are hacking. But before we do that, let's review by answering the below questions. The questions below, type your answer in the text box after the question and submit. Click. Yep. Answer question is, which of the following operations better represents the process where you simulate hackers' actions to find vulnerabilities in the system? Would be offensive security. Check. You got points. Cool. And here, virtual machine is starting. Our virtual machine is initializing. We are booting up. Brave might start to take a lot more RAM. Or maybe we are booting up a virtual machine for you. Okay, I guess they boot up a virtual machine. In fact, 123456 has been the most common password for over a decade running. I guess they boot up a virtual machine on their own server and give us something similar to SSH. Cyber fun fact: the first computer password at MIT 1961. 30,000 websites are hacked every day, mostly through automated attacks. Okay. Here at TryHackMe, we use virtual machines to create simulated environments that serve as practical complements to lessons. In this lesson, we have prepared a fake bank application called Fake Bank that you can safely hack. To start this, allowed. Okay, we are inside a virtual machine now. Start virtual machine. Virtual machine has started. We are inside fakebank.thm website. Here we are. Your screen should split in half and showing the content on the left and the newly launched virtual machine on the right. If you hide it later, you can always click on this show split view. Show split view button at the bottom. Cool. The first stack. Okay, we are going to do our first stack. We will use a command line application called GoBuster to brute force FakeBank's website to find hidden directories and pages. A GoBuster will take a list of potential pages or directory names and try accessing a website with each of them. If the page exists, it tells you. Okay. Let's open the terminal. Okay, terminal is open. This is like very good. And then cool. Hidden directories and pages, a list of potential pages. Okay, GoBuster. A terminal, also known as the command line tool, allows us to interact with the computer program. Okay, step 2, find. We have to run this command. Here we have given a URL. Word list is this, and there. Okay, I am not able to type like everything. I cannot press G on this. Crazy. G does not work. ASDF. Okay, because of Vim, probably. Vim is running on this. Okay, wait, let's like hide the virtual machine. yes, and then Vimium does not work. Cool, save changes. Cool, 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 cool. Now Vimium does work, and where is the virtual machine? Expires in 54 minutes. Show split view. Okay. Now we can type everything. Go Buster. The URL for the website, which is http // dot first ls we have the word list, cat word list dot txt. We have a lot of words. Okay, and let's see, cat word list, pass this on to word count, and cool, this many words, lines and stuff. Cool. 75,000 words. Words. 8,000 words. 75,000 letters. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Go Buster URL http / or thm and file w word list, and there does something. It is working. The command line will show you something similar to this. Okay, Go Buster. Many companies have an admin portal giving access staff to basic admin control tools from day-to-day operations. For a bank, an employee might need to transfer money to and from client accounts. Due to human error, negligence, there might be instances when the pages are not made private, allowing, okay, we are looking for some pages which would be private, but we are able to see them. Status code, all these, timeout, 10 seconds, finished. The outcome would be something like this. Okay, the U is used to state the website. We are scanning. W takes a list of words to iterate through to find hidden pages, and you will see that GoBuster scans the website with each word in the list, finding pages that exist on the website. GoBuster will have told you the pages in the list of a page directory names indicated 200. Okay, shit. Okay, these are the pages that we can access on this website. One is bank transfer, and let's go. We are able to access the admin portal, and the other was images. Status 301, page not found. Fine. Okay, so yep, we got a page which should have been private, but we were able to access that page. Pretty cool. You should have found a secret bank transfer page that allows you to transfer money from to and amount. Is crazy. Try the hidden page into the fake bank. Yep, go there. From this page, an attacker could authorize. Okay, here's the question above. Right. Your mission is to transfer $2,000 from account number this to your account number, which is 8881. Okay. From 2276 to 8881 2000. Send money. Let's go. We got the money. And above your account balance, you should see a message indicating the answer to this question. How do we see? You should now be able to see your new bank balance reflected on your account page, for which we will have to go to our account page. Answer to the question is bank hacked. Bank hacked. Check. Okay. Now, career in cybersecurity. Okay. After just solving one problem. Wait, I will go to the washroom and I'll be like right back in 1 minute. And this is still compiling. We are on 2300. We have made some progress. Yep, I'll be right back. 1 minute. And I'm back. Cool. Still compiling. Cool, cool, cool. Career in cybersecurity. People often wonder how others become hackers, security consultants or defenders, security analysts fighting cybercrime. And the answer is simple. Break it down. Learn an area of cybersecurity you are interested in and regularly practice using hands-on exercise. Build a habit of learning a little bit each day on Try Hack Me, and you will acquire the knowledge to get into your first job on in the industry. Trust us, you can do it. Just take a look at the people who have used Try Hack Me. Paul, Cassandra, Brandon. Okay, okay, okay. Read the above and continue with the next room. No answer needed. Okay, cool. And like the virtual machine is still going. Let's go. Room completed. Okay, we did day one, Thursday. Cool. Do we want to set a goal? Nope. Shit, we do have to set a goal. Okay, share your win with peers. Maybe. Start next room. Cool. Let's go. This one, defensive security intro. A lot of text. I see a lot of text. And this is compiling. Shit. Seems like this has compiled. It seems like we are actually there. Something has compiled. Something did happen. Did this this did compile auto header force add missing? This did compile. I guess. What would be the next step after this does hopefully compile? Yes. Some things are no, but yes. Okay, this is checking for everything and cool. Getting started. Gentoo handbook. 6 hours, 25 minutes. Fine. Get involved. Handbook does not open. This is somehow like started to compile again. Okay, let's just do cyber security in that case. Okay, back to this. Cyber security, try hack me. In the previous lesson, we learned about offensive security, which aims to identify and exploit systems and vulnerabilities to enhance security measures. This includes exploiting software bugs, leveraging insecure setups, and taking advantage of unenforced access control policies, among other strategies. Red teams and penetration testers. Penetration testers is specialize in these offensive techniques. In this lesson, we will examine its counterparts. Its counterpart, defensive security, it is concerned with two main tasks: preventing intrusion from occurring, detecting. In this lesson, we will defensive security. Okay, we did offensive security just now. Now we will do defensive security, preventing intrusion. Gen 2 is offline or something. Okay, preventing intrusion and detecting intrusions when they occur and responding properly. Blue teams are part of the defensive security. Okay, blue team are like good people who stop bad from happening. Some of the some of the tasks that are related to defensive security include user cybersecurity awareness, documenting and managing assets, updating and patching systems, setting up preventive security devices, setting up logging and monitoring systems. There is much more to defensive security aside from the above. We will KSOC security operation center, system on chip, threat intelligence. Blue team is the answer. Okay, then Gentoo.org. handbook. Okay, okay. We are here. Cool, 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 cool. Very cool. Downloads. ARM64. Gentoo handbook. Okay. We are not getting the handbook. We are not getting the handbook. We are not getting the handbook. What do we do? I did send a link in the chat at some point. This is for the book. Nope. Gentoo handbook just does not work. Wiki. Which G++? Okay, we do have G++ installed. Okay, we do have G++ installed. Which go not in. Hang on. Go emerge sync. We can do this from the live boot, like actually. No sync. Sync would be crazy. Dev lang go. Okay, we are building Go. Why are we building Go? We are building Go because there is a tool, which a CLI tool, which can be used to submit problems from the CLI, and it is written in Go. So cool. We would git shit. We would also have to install git. Okay, Go is installing. Dev vcs git. Okay, Go is installing and also building. Building Go. Let's talk to Claude about some Gentoo stuff. When I do emerge on emerge ask verbose sys dev sys boot grub, then does the emerge package go to some of its mirror and download the source code and then just build the thing. Toolchain 2 bootstrap. This is precisely how Gentoo portage works. Portage reads the e-build. In the portage tree repos, which contains a .ebuild script describing how to fetch and build the package, downloads the source tarval. It fetches the source tarval from a mirror from Gentoo mirror, verifies integrity, unpacks, compiles, installs. Unlike apt, which get the binary emerge, almost always builds from source, which is messed up. And with normal apt or pacman, I would only have to do sudo apt install git. But with Gentoo, I must do merge as dev vcs version control system git. Dev vcs. Why not just git? Go is there. Cool. And cool. Ask verbose install okay, we are now installing Git or downloading and building it, avoiding ambiguity. Multiple packages across different categories can share the same short name. For example, there might be a Git in this but also a Git in completely different. Wait, what? Dev vcs? What is the dev vcs thing? That said, you can actually just do Git portage. Is smart enough to know. Okay, this is building Git so that we can clone Codeforces CLI. This package from this has been archived. Installation cool. You can download the pre-compiled one here and or you can compile it from source with Go version. Latest Go Git. Okay, shit, we don't even need Git, but since it okay, it is not about to be downloaded. Go Git github.com/ and go get downloading. This is downloading. this CLI tool. It should, I guess, yes, shit, I'm lower. Oh. Where was all this installed? I guess in the root. Go build with these flags and hopefully this builds. Go path should be defined. Go is not building this. Source. submit Codeforces problem from the CLI written in Python. This thing was active 2 years ago. Python 23 MBs. Cool. Okay, we can use this to install to submit. Cool. Pip install this. Then cf config all. We need pip for this. Introduction, this cross-platform, efficient high traffic resilience, language support, fetch sample problems. This is GIF CF list 4. CF gen C4 problem files created CD4. We are inside 4. Contest number 4, I guess. The contest number 4 had 4 problems. And contest number 4, Python is building. And hopefully this works. Contest number 4 would be way back here. And if contest number 4 had 4 problems, it was division 2 only. Okay. Watermelon. If problem number A was watermelon. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's solve watermelon. If it is solvable. This might be like too difficult for us, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, Python installing. Okay, that does not seem too difficult. Okay, what is this? We will solve this. Okay, cool. One hot summer day, Pete and his friend Billy decided to buy a watermelon. They chose the biggest and the ripest one in their opinion. After that, the watermelon was weighed and the scales showed W kilos. They rushed home, dying of thirst, and decided to divide the berry. However, they faced a hard problem. Pete and Billy are great fans of even numbers. That is why they want to divide the watermelon into such a way that each of the two parts weigh even number of kilos. At the same time, it is not obligatory that the parts are equal. The boys are extremely tired and want to start their meal as soon as possible. That is why you should help them to find out if they can divide the watermelon in the way that they want. For sure, each of them should get a part of positive weight. So if W is even, then yes. If W is odd, then no. Ask verbose vim. This hopefully installs the vim that I want to install. And also this is all happening in the live boot. I don't think I would be able to install this on the disk and then do this, because we might lose all the progress. So yep. Okay, what is this even downloading? Vim Gentoo, and why is this Russian here? Download. Yes, this is like downloading a lot more things than needed. Dev util. App editors is the prefix. This might even have new editors. Shit, it does. It is doing something of its own. And installing new vim, we need new vim. And then after new vim, we will need pip, and then we will be happy. Or we could just use nano, which we do have in this. Let's see. Pip. Installing pip on Gentoo. Ask dev python pip pip. Okay, let's just use nano. This is taking time. Or let it be, let vim download it. Let vim be downloaded. And then we'll use this. And hopefully this works. Like it still works. This was working 2 years ago. This is still not archived. So hopefully the APIs are still holding. We can start monkey type, but not finish. Building. This is building. This will be the problem that we will be doing, and let's like try to do this locally. Competitive programming, start new vim, and this wouldn't be like too difficult. Watermelon, pretty easy problem. Shit, and yep, this does not even have test cases. Cout tt and one, and also turn off podium. If tt is odd, then output no, otherwise output yes. Submit. Watermelon. Okay, wrong answer is crazy. Wrong answer is crazy. Nope. Wrong answer is like not even crazy. Wrong answer is not possible. So I suppose something is wrong with Codeforces. Yep, wrong answer. Okay, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. My bad. Codeforces was not wrong. Installing pip is new. 580 packages out of 662. Okay, we are about to be there. We are about to be there. We can do one round of monkey type in the meantime. Stop. Too cool. After this, we will have to install pip so that we can install this. And then we will do pip install cfkit. We are on package. We are about to be there. We are about to be there. Package number 53 out of 62. Okay, almost we did. Shit. Okay, now there is a like different thing going on. Package number 13 out of 110. Still a long way to go, I guess. Handbook is still is back online. AMD handbook installation part of this handbook. It is like again stopped working. Frames have been dropped. Google, you need monkey type. Building 73. 80 packages out of 110. 30 more packages to go. Then we will install pip. Python new env best practice. We just want to get this done. We don't need best practice. Python m alternative standard Python ensure ensure pip. are almost there. 20 out of 20. Cool. And we have new emerge, but Windows install dev python pip. 27 MBs and all of the dependencies. This might also take very long. Hopefully it does not. Three out of 19 package. We do have new VM installed. This will install pip hopefully correctly, and then we will just install this library CLI tool. Okay, this is not used for submitting a problem on Codeforces. I guess that is fine. That is fine. We can do that actually submitting on Codeforces at some other point. Right now, stream has already gone for quite long. Hello, because why? Gentoo. This is Gentoo on virtual machine. Please help. Mintra. Only people from IIT can participate in that. Me cannot. Adit bhai also cannot participate. His college is not in the list. Package 7 out of 19. Installing pip. Gentoo error. Package 9. Shit. Hello. Yes, I am audible. Like maybe mistake. There is something wrong with your headphones or your audio device. Voice is going out from my side. I can see. Package number 11, 12 out of 19. We'll just sit here and read the package numbers. Package number 12, package number 13. Cool. We are making progress. 14. 15. Okay. Shit. Audio is low. Let me see. Hello. It might be higher now. That might be helpful. Okay. Packages are building 19. Okay, almost there. This is installing pip, not just installing. This is actually building the whole thing. Pip. Why do we need pip? We need pip to install this CLI tool, which is used for Codeforces. And this does not submit to Codeforces. This simply gets the problem and runs them locally. So yes, which is like the second best after submitting. If pip is there, pip. Python mv virtual environment /cf /cf/ bin activate. No such file or directory. ls dot slash bin slash pip install cfkit collecting cfkit. Okay, something is happening. And okay, hearts are also coming. Berserk, brand of sacrifice. Okay, do we have it? Okay, language is C++, compiler 20. Please choose one of the following compilation types. Comprehensive, include all available options. Balanced, essential. Would you like to save your implementation choice for future use? Yes, I would. Do you want to calculate memory usage after and execution time? Yes, I would. Okay, alias cf equals dot slash bin cf, which cf means we just did alias, alias. Cf list 4 cf parse gen run parse input and output samples from a cf generate c4. T and 1 binary or T equals to no or yes. And then okay, demo accepted. I think we can say okay, that worked. Write the solution, whatever it was. This package does not submit the problem. Why is bro like so slow? Why is he writing so slow? Or she maybe. Cf run this. Okay. And anything else? No. The GIF loops after that. So we can say that we were successfully able to do whatever the target was for this stream, and that would be it for today. Yeah, shit. We were able to do this. Cool. And that would be it. 7 hours 10 minutes, and we have something of Gentoo working, and we cannot, this is still inside the live boot. We do not have the Gentoo installed in the image. And if we now run Gentoo without the image, will it run? That is the question. We'll see, will it run? Because we were not able to continue the installation because Gentoo's own website got nuked. The handbook is not accessible. Here, yep, it just keeps on loading, and this does take some time somehow. And if we were able to complete the whole installation, we would be booted into Gentoo. This does take time. 7 hours. Crazy stuff. Okay. Exit. Nope. Yep, cool. No. We were not able to install this successfully, but we were able to not even submit a Codeforces problem, but we did something. We in the live installation, we tested the problem locally by installing Vim and Python, and that was cool enough. And that would be it for today. Thank you for being here. Bye.